on average, just in the United States, about 220 people die every single day from an opiate overdose. By the time we finish this show, 8 to 10 people are going to die from an opiate overdose. If we get even one person, one viewer with this program that we might be able to help with some of the information that's shared on here, then it's all worth it.
Hello there, Happy New Year to you all you revelers and drinkers and all having fun. Wonderful. Happy New Year, have a great time. If you get a hangover, remember me. I don't get them anymore because 48 years ago today, I stopped. I got help for it and my life changed. I don't envy you having fun out there, but if you need help, day at a time, life is in session. Go for it.
Go for it. Hey, everyone. Happy New Year and welcome to the Dare Me podcast. We are live right now, running just a little behind, but we are live and we are going to be with you all night long, ringing in the new year from here on the West Coast in Sacramento, California. That's where I'm coming to you live from right now. But before we get to the new year here in California, we are going to ring it in as well, all the way over on the East Coast. And that's where our co-host and producer, Dean Baker, is also with us live from Orlando, Florida. Happy New Year, Dean. What's happening, bro?
Happy New Year.
Yeah, well, hey, man, I have really been looking forward to tonight. This is going to be a fun show. We got a lot of stuff lined up that we're going to do, everyone. And, along the way, I think we might just have a few callers. I know a couple of people told me they were going to check in with us. And Dean, if you want, right out of the gate, we can, post that phone number up on the screen. Folks, you can call in. I see we already got some viewers, people in the chat room. You can call in live if you like, and we'll bring you in on the telephone. We're also going to be posting a link in the live chat room where we can bring you on camera if you might like to. So, yeah, man, Happy New Year. We got a lot of fun stuff we're going to get to tonight. We are going to be going on this marathon session of the Dare Me podcast for probably pretty darn close to 6 hours. But we do have some good stuff. We have some video. Dean saying 5. Yeah, right. Yeah. We're gonna
when you hit midnight.
Yeah, when I hit midnight here in California, we'll take it a little bit after that, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Yep.
That's
but
like
nonetheless, though, we're gonna have some fun on the show tonight. So anyway, yeah, we actually might even have, if we hear from them, and I'm pretty sure we're going to, an exclusive from that boy Mike Woods. If you're a regular viewer or listener to the Dare Me podcast, you may recall that, gosh, we're into episode 42, by the way, tonight. You may recall that, what were we, about 15 episodes in or so, Dean? We had the rocker Mike Woods from Cult of the Storm on the show. And, man, we did a cool-ass deep dive interview with him. We played some of his music. Well, he's got a brand new song. And him and I were communicating today, and we think we're going to have an exclusive debut of that song for you later on the show tonight. So, Dean, keep checking your email if you would.
I
for
got
the
it.
link.
I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, you got it? We got it. There you go, y'all. Hey, like I said, anything can happen live, and we just found out live right here that for sure we're going to be doing an exclusive debut of a brand new song from that rocker Mike Woods, and I'm sure he'll be joining us live on camera when we post that link. The link is in the chat room. And hey, shout out to that boy Shebang. I see we got him in the chat room. He's there in the chat room live from Detroit City. Shout out to everybody from Detroit. And of course, Mike Woods will be coming to us from Central Florida. And God only knows where else we'll be hearing from people tonight. Man, we had that kid Soldani on a few weeks ago. The talented rapper and artist Soldani. I happen to know that he is in LA right now. Him and I communicate and we follow each other on social media. God, man, we'd had a great show and interview with him a few weeks ago. And he's from up there in the Northeast, Massachusetts, Connecticut area. And he is in LA working on a video. Um, and new song that he told us about when he was on the show, and heard from him today, and he said he might try to jump on with us tonight. So yeah, man, we are live and we got all kinds of time to fill. Shebang, I see you live in the chat, man. So yeah, maybe we'll get you on at some point tonight too. But hey, Dean, I want to go ahead and add this to the stage because this is Dean's studios there in Orlando, Florida. And if you recall, y'all, if you're a regular viewer, listener to our show, you recall I was visiting Orlando just a few weeks ago, and we did the podcast live there. And we called it the Live in Orlando show. I think that's what we called it. And this is where I was. These are some photos of the studio. Now, tonight, Dean, you're in the home studio, though, for the holiday.
Studio B,
Yeah,
where I
yeah.
be home.
I'm just looking at text. I got a text from my beautiful daughter. Happy New Year, Alyssa. They've been at a friend's today, and we kind of were trading messages and just got a nice text from her. Love you, sweetheart. So, yeah, I also talked to that boy G Money, my son, today. If you're a regular viewer, listener to the podcast, you know who G Money is. He's been a guest on here several times. Who knows? He may even call in later him own self. We'll see. But yeah, Dean, I'm glad you were able to host us there at the Dare Me podcast studio. When I was in Orlando, we had our old friend Marvin Lilly from Mind, Body, and Soul Recovery Housing on. We had Marla Stevenson from Drums in Recovery on. That was a great episode, man. Live in Orlando. That was a really good edition of the show. So, yeah, Dean, does it seem to you like we're 42 episodes into the podcast yet? You seem preoccupied. What's going
I'm
on over
just trying
there?
to set up the show here.
Yeah, yeah, no
You're doing a
worries,
lot
no
of
worries.
stuff, but I'm preoccupied, but no, I'm hearing every word.
Right on.
42 episodes. Yeah. I mean, you wanted a year. It's been close to a year. We got a couple
Yeah,
more
yeah, we're
months.
coming up on a year.
Yeah.
We started this podcast, y'all, on Sunday, March 12th, which coincidentally, and we did not plan it this way. It just happened to work out that way. It was one day, exactly one day after yours truly hit 2 years clean, completely drug free, clean and sober, whatever the fuck you want to call it, free of all mind or mood altering chemicals. 2 years and one day when we started this podcast, and the good Lord willing, I'll have 3 years clean again when we hit that date of March 11th. That is my clean date, y'all. Oh my God, man. And you know what? We always like to kind of do a little bit of a recap of what this show is all about when we start it, We don't have a lot of people tuned in live right now, from what I can see. We got some, but it is New Year's Eve after all. In fact, I was just talking about my son G, and he said this to me even when we went live Christmas Eve. Because of course now it's New Year's Eve, but we also went live last Sunday, Christmas Eve. And he said, "Well, Dad, it is Christmas Eve, man. I hope you ain't gonna be too disappointed if you don't get many people chimed in." And I said, "Yeah, I get it, man. But we ordinarily go live on Sunday. That's when we do this show on Sunday nights." And Dean and I had talked about it, and we thought, maybe we'll run pre-recorded versions of the show on those previous episodes, take, the holiday off and all. And then the more we talked about it, we both kind of sort of realized neither one of us really had any, big plans or anything set in stone that we were planning on doing. And so we just decided, let's do the show. Let's go live. We'll do these marathon sessions of the Dare Me podcast, because our hope and our intention with this show is that we might be able to help somebody who might be struggling with some type of substance abuse disorder, addiction, whatever the case may be, trying to get clean. And the point I'm making is the holidays can be rough for some people, especially if you're new to living clean and sober, in recovery, whatever the case may be. If you're new to it, the holidays are very tempting. It's kind of like, it's the holiday. Fuck it, I'll just take one and have take the edge off, whatever. You get the idea. A lot of people get lonely around the holidays. The holidays have this big build up where everybody's supposed to be happy, joyous, and free and in this great mood. And it's not always the case. And so our hope, because we do a shit ton of promo for this show, which, I know I repeat myself on here a lot for those that are regular viewers and listeners, but, we get new people every single week. We hear from them. And so, we always like to say we are live right now. We're live all over Facebook. We're live on a half dozen different YouTube channels. We're live on X, which, used to be Twitter. We're live on Threads. We're live on LinkedIn. We're live on this Twitch now that Dean's got us on. We're on like all these different platforms live. And so a lot of times we'll hear from people who were just scrolling around on social media. They see, what's this Dare Me podcast? What is this show that's live right now on my social media platform? And they click on us and jump on board the show. Or like yours truly, sometimes people will be searching and looking for information about how to get off dope, how to kick opiates, how to get through opiate withdrawals like I was when I was hooked on that shit, because I did get hooked on opiates, y'all. I had a horrible 9-year addiction to opioid pain medication. At the end of it, I was fucking snorting heroin because I'd get dope sick and I couldn't get the pills. And that's what I could get from the plug until the good would come in, as they say. It truly is a miracle I'm still alive. Yeah, I ain't proud to admit it. I'll also say I have chosen to recover out loud, as we say, in hopes that by me telling my story, it might help someone else who may be looking for information how to get through opiate withdrawals online, just like I was, because I tried getting clean for a long time before I actually was able to. I tried kicking for a couple of few years, really. Um, and there was always some excuse. At the end of the day, I'd get dope sick and I'd just say, one more. And that went on for weeks, months, years, until I was finally able to kick. I'm not going to go into my long story tonight. It's Happy New Year. We're going to have a fun show, keep it upbeat and positive and all, y'all. I have told my whole horror story of going through that hell and that madness on this podcast many times. So, yeah, like I said, it's episode 42. If you go to that Dare Me podcast YouTube channel, that's the platform I try to kind of guide everyone toward. You click on that videos tab on the Dare Me podcast YouTube channel, you will see all previous 41 episodes. Because after we're done going live, we go in and edit off, different stuff on the front end, the back end, clean it up a little bit, and then we post it there for all to hear and see, and it'll be there till God only knows when, till the cows come home, as they say. And so, if you look at the titles of all them shows, you'd be able to figure out which ones, that I go into detail about my story about, and I will moving forward as well. But that's kind of the Reader's Digest version, y'all. I got hooked on the opiates when I broke my ankle and I had surgery. They prescribed that shit to me, and I never should have taken it. I've got a long history with addiction and being involved in 12-step programs and all that, but I never messed with opiates. Back in the 80s, I started partying as a young kid, 12 years old. By the time I was 13, I was smoking weed all the time, drinking all the other shit we did that came along over the years. And then the 80s hit, and the cocaine came, and I got caught up in all that goddamn madness. And that brought me down quick, y'all. Within a couple of years, I literally was, on my knees, as they say, trying to get clean. And I did. I was able to get clean. I ended up in, rehab, a drug treatment center, and I got clean, man. I didn't get clean immediately after that, but that planted the seed, and I stayed clean for almost 17 years, y'all. Yeah, that's where I built my life, man. Went back to school, graduated, got a college degree, had a career, had two careers. Grew up in the Midwest in the Detroit, Michigan area, and always dreamed of living in a warm climate. I moved to Central Florida, where I met our co-host and producer Dean, and lived in the greater metropolitan Orlando area for 30 years, over 30 years, before I moved out here to Sacramento, where I'm coming to you live from right now. Um, and yeah, man, then that's the rest of my story. I had a bad relapse once. It lasted about 5 years. Just, I mean, I don't know. People ask me all the time, how the fuck could you relapse after having that much time, man? 5 years, or I mean, almost 17 years. And then I had a 5 year, that's where I was going. I had a 5 year relapse on the booze, smoking a little weed, and the booze got me, man. Oh God, that's a horrible drug to get addicted to. It's so sloppy, but man, and it ain't no joke kicking that one. Yeah, and I mean, I could give you all kinds of excuses on how and why I relapsed. Oh, yeah, I was going through personal things. I was having a divorce. I was doing this. I was doing that. And at the end of the day, when people ask me that, or I talk about it at 12-step meetings sometimes when I go, because I am a meeting maker. I go to 12-step meetings, NAAA, fucking A. And, at the end of the day, man, I got cocky. I thought I had this shit all figured out. I wasn't real involved in recovery meetings or what have you. And then when the chips were down, man, I got a case of what we call the fuckets. And I ended up getting loaded. And, I don't know what we're seeing here, Dean, but we got something on the screen. What is this all about, bro?
Well, sorry to interrupt, Glenn, but
Yeah.
throughout the evening, I'm going to throw in some fireworks and different displays. And this just happens to be a live rocket launch from India. This is live.
From India.
This is coming from India. Yes.
Wow. They
It's been
chose
on.
to do a rocket launch on New
I'll just
Year's
play it
Eve.
again. This is their launch pad, and then they yes, this went live. I saw the countdown. I'm going. Oh, I gotta throw this up there, and
Now I gotta
boom.
ask, do we happen to know who the young man in the red t-shirt is? Is he somebody
I
just
think he's a
broadcasting live from India?
representative. I think he's just a representative to that particular space administration in India. So
Wow.
I don't know.
Well, I wonder
I
what
could put the sound up. I have no.
are they sending up a satellite, I wonder?
I can understand the language, so I just
Yeah,
wanted to
yeah.
throw that up to you, just to kind of.
No, hey, cool, cool. Well, since we're showing something live, Dean, I was gonna ask you and I talked earlier today before we went live here on the air, if we might be able to bring up the Times Square countdown, the ball dropping live in New York City, if that might be something we could show from the internet. I would venture to say it's probably out there somewhere. It'd be kind of cool to show that
Oh,
live
there's
as we're
plenty
doing
of
this.
countdowns up here. I just have to try
Yeah,
to.
yeah. I just thought it'd be cool to show that one. So, yeah, see what you can find. So,
Okay.
anyway, what's that?
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh well, I just kind of want to finish up the whole goddamn story of, you know. Okay, there's a countdown. What is? Where is this at that they're counting down with
Well, this is
21 minutes?
Atlantic time, which is
What
an
is
hour.
Atlantic time? I don't even know
Atlantic
what
is
that
in the
is.
middle of the ocean. It's for like New Zealand
Oh,
and
New Zealand! Shout out to that girl Benny. We're gonna be talking about her tonight, and oh my, I got other artists I love from New Zealand. Man, shout out to them boys, Leisure, and shout out to that boy Maroki. And oh man, hey, New Zealand, shout out! And isn't Australia in that time zone too?
I believe Australians on our
Yeah.
Eastern time, but
Oh, okay. It's a little
you
different. Well, hey, either way, shout out to that girl, Malrat, who gave us a shout out for the show in 2023. So these are all these different time zones. This is kind of a cool
I don't know. I just saw it
site.
and I figured, all right.
Hey, I got to do something. Hold on. Come here, baby. Come here. Okay. There's my baby Jazzy, y'all. This is who I'll be kissing live on the air, all over the internet, all over the world at midnight here on the West Coast. Well, I'll kiss her at midnight on the East Coast too. But y'all hear me talking about my dog Jazzy all the time, and I always post pictures. I posted pictures of her a few times today. Like she don't want to be on. There you go. She's bugging me because I got a shit ton of treats for her right next to me, but she keeps me company right here in the studio every week. So I just thought I'd show Jazzy. Okay, baby, go to your spot. Jazzy, she will join us live again when we ring in the new year. Okay, I just got a message. We are doing this like live on the fly, y'all. I just got a message from that boy Mike Woods. And he says, man, this is so cool of him. He did this tonight for the sake of the podcast. Not only is he going to give us an exclusive debut here on the Dare Me podcast of his brand new rock and roll song from that boy Mike Woods, Cult of the Storm, he put a video together. And he says, I put a quick video together for the song and it's loading now. I'll send you the link when it's ready. And then he had asked me earlier what would be a good time for him to call in. And I'm just going to tell him, cool. Let me just put this is live on the air, y'all. Cool. And I'm just going to say, anytime now is fine. Pound it. Okay, there you go. So yeah, y'all, we will have live on the. Oh, you got the Times Square live there, eh, Dean?
This
How
is
cool is
from the
that?
Associated Press, and it looks like it's just a camera feed. So
Hey, heck, that's fine with me. We don't necessarily need to have the audio. I mean, if we could have the
well,
audio, fine. If not, at least we can see the ball
can you hear the
drop.
audio?
I don't hear it.
Okay, well, it should be out there.
But hey, free advertising for PF Planet Fitness. That's my gym, man. So, hey, on that note, um, God, I really wanted to go to the gym one more time this year last night, and it just didn't work out. I will tell y'all, I did a lot of work prepping for this show. I mean, we're planning on being on the air for between 5 and 6 hours. By the time we wrap up, we'll have probably gone a good 5.5 hours or so because we are going to ring in the new year live on the East Coast and then all the way over here on the West Coast where I'm at in Sacramento, y'all. So, uh, lots of time to fill. So yeah, man, I got a lot of content we're going to show on this program tonight. All kinds of slides, videos. We're going to do the news later. Got shout outs coming up, all that stuff. We got live guests that'll be calling in, all the things. But the point I'm making is I was really hoping to go to the gym one more time, but I didn't make it. But I'm going to try to hit that gym right out of the gate as the new year starts. So, anyway, I'm on the PF app. And you can track your activity and check ins and all that. So, Dean, I'm going to put you on the spot, ask you a question. You know what a fitness buff I've become since I got clean. And I'm just curious, take a guess. How many times do you think I hit the gym in 2023? Because it tells you right on that PF app, because you got to scan your little code every time you go check in. Just take a random guess. There's 365 days in a year. You're probably gonna highball it, but take a guess. What do you think? Oh, I can't hear you.
Let's just say 200.
Well, that is my goal for 2024. I went 141 times. Now, I gotta be honest, bro. When I saw that number, because I don't check it on the regular, but I did yesterday. I'm like, damn, I wonder how many times I went this year. I was a little disappointed in myself. I thought I had gone more than that, and I know I did the previous year. But then I had to think about it and go, God damn, Glenn, just fucking 2.5 years ago, you were strung out on dope and you didn't go to the gym at all. And now here you are feeling disappointed that you only went 141 times to the gym. And then I start thinking, oh my God, all my friends and family and followers that, are following me on social media, I fucking irritated them 141 times because, yeah, man, I'm one of them guys that checks in at the gym. I didn't check in every single one of them times, but probably about a good 80 to 85% of those 141 times that I went to the gym this past year, I check in. But like I said, man, I've had a lot of people tell me, man, you've inspired me to go to the gym. I see you're always out there at the gym. In fact, we were talking about that boy, Mike Woods, who we're going to have on the show in a little bit. When we had him on the program back when he was our featured guest, he said, God damn, man, we have been out of touch for so long. And all of a sudden I see on social media, there's that boy, Glenn, going to the gym on the regular.
So,
So,
Glenn, I just got out the little calculator, and that is 40% of the year you went.
yeah, yeah.
40%.
Yeah, well, Dean, I'm proud of myself. I ain't trying to toot my own horn, man. What I'm trying to do is maybe inspire someone else to do it. And it's like I was saying too on previous shows, man. There's other people that I'm friends with and follow on social media, and we kind of like each other's check-ins at the gym. It's like almost like a motivator. Like, you still doing that shit, bro? Hell yeah, keep going. Good for you, man. And so hey, I know this time of the year, a lot of people make that New Year's resolution. They're going to get in shape, start going to the gym. Fuck, man, Planet Fitness you can do for $10 a month, man. Yeah, they got the little sign up fee, whatever it is, $20, and the annual fee and all that shit. But I think to myself, man, if I can't spend $1, less than $1, a day on investing in my own good health, man, physical and mental health, by the way, then something's out of whack. Because I will tell you, it's done, just I can't even begin to describe what it's done for my mental health. Yeah, we all like to go get in shape, and I'm in the best physical shape I've been in since I was a young man, but it does wonders for your mental health, man. Gets them endorphins flowing, the dopamine flowing, all that stuff. And that's why, I get back to, what the show's all about. And Dean, you put those hashtags up at the top of the screen for us. And, one of the things we talk about there, those are all acronyms for that name, Dare Me, kind of getting back to what I was talking about earlier. What was the purpose of this whole show? Was to try to help people by me coming out, about my addiction, my substance abuse disorder, whatever you want to call it. The whole fuck the stigma thing, recover out loud is kind of the whole idea with this podcast, man, is to be open and honest about what happened with me and my struggles with addiction my whole life. So yeah, man, getting back to that story, if you're following along, I had that bad relapse for 5 years after staying clean almost 17 years. Ended up back in a rehab center, man. That was a good stay for me, though. I went to this place called Brighton up in southeast Michigan. I stayed there for a month, came out and stayed clean for another 6 years. And then I broke my ankle at an NA roller skating party of all things, which blows my mind. Kind of had no business out there, as I often say, with my old ass skating. But I used to skate, man. I was a hockey player when I was younger for a couple of years. I did the whole roller disco thing. Thought, how hard can it be, man? And I had a bunch of friends going, so I went. And I had a great time, man. I skated great all night. And I just, at the very end of the night, man, I was going from that smooth, slick, fast surface on the rink to the carpeting. And I lost my balance, came down hard on my ankle, and broke several bones in it. The next morning, I was in surgery and they put 3 pins in my ankle. And you know where I'm going with this if you're following along. They prescribed me Vicodins, man, and that's how it all started with me getting hooked on that opioid pain medication. I never fucked with opiates before. Feel so naive, man, so stupid that I even took that shit because I could have got through that with just ibuprofen, Tylenol, whatever. And man, I was off to the races with that shit. And it lasted 9 years, like I said, y'all. So proud and so happy to be able to again tell y'all, like I said earlier on the show tonight, if you just joined, I see we got lots of people now watching live. Welcome and happy new year to y'all. That I've been clean, good Lord willing, it'll be 3 full years, March 11th. So yeah, man, going into 2024. Oh man, whew. Try not to get emotional about it, y'all. Going into 2024 with another full year, drug motherfucker free, completely clean and sober, no mind and mood altering chemicals in this body or this mind this past year, man. I'm so fucking happy about that and so grateful, proud, but also so humble and grateful to everyone who's helped me along the way. Because one thing I've learned, and if you're a real one and this ain't something that we can do by ourselves, it makes me even think, man, about my sponsor, Shay Shay. She's out having fun at a NA event tonight. But man, when I asked her to sponsor me, I needed a sponsor out here in Sacramento. You got to get humble, man. If and kind of, have some humility and ask somebody to sponsor you. And you know what? She knew where I was at. And first thing she said to me was, Glenn, we don't do this alone. You know that. We don't do this alone. Hell yeah. Well, at first, she didn't agree to sponsor me right out of the gate because, it's not real common for a guy to have a female sponsor. I mean, guys do have female sponsors, and it's kind of, I won't say looked down on, it's discouraged. Yeah, I'll just flat out say it, man. It's discouraged sometimes in 12-step programs because of, potential romantic entanglements, if we can use that phrase. And when you're younger, I think that's relevant, and there are predators. There's predatory behavior that goes on in the program. Don't think it's all saints walking around at 12-step programs. I mean, for God's sake, I've met some of the best people I've ever met in my entire life in the 12-step programs. We also got to remember, man, where everybody came from, and that people that are different levels of recovery in the program. And so a lot of times, man, you got younger people who are new, hormones raging, and they really ain't got a lot of recovery. They're just trying to stay clean and stay alive another day longer. And so, yeah, man, they kind of discourage members of the opposite sex trying to help or sponsor each other, I should say. They certainly help each other. But nonetheless, I'm kind of going on and on about it. But my sponsor, Shay, and I, we're a little bit older, and we've been around the block in the program. And it's just, I could really relate to her. And after hearing her share in several meetings, man, knew this girl is a real one. And so when I first asked her, she said to me, we have this other mutual friend, Dave, and she said, "Man, you sure you ain't think about asking Dave?" And I said, "Well, actually, I did think about it, but I decided to ask you." And so she was like, "All right, I'll sponsor you." And so she's been sponsoring me for about a year now. And anyway, I kind of went off a little story there, but point I'm making is she did say, "Yeah, Glenn, you know damn well we don't do this alone. So yeah, I'll sponsor you." And she's such a great person, man. And I keep telling her I want to have her as a featured guest on this podcast because, oh man, does she got a story to tell and just such an inspirational message for those trying to, live clean and stay clean. And so we'll get Shay Shay on this podcast at some point. But anyway, let's go ahead and do some shout outs, y'all, because I know I had talked to some people, uh, prior to tonight's podcast that I wanted to do some shout outs. And, I don't want to keep you. Usually we do our shout outs near the end of the show, but I don't want to hold people hostage or a lot of people will be going to bed or whatever. So we're going to do some shout outs right out of the gate. And not sure if she's watching or tuned in. I know she goes to bed early. She ain't one of them people that even stays up all the way till midnight, I guess sometimes. But I got to send a shout out to, and man, I'm going to try to get through this without getting filled up, to someone who is so, so, so very special to me. And this is a person whose anonymity I do want to respect and maintain, just because we had a mutual conversation. But anyway, shout out to Carol. Yeah. Oh man, I'm trying not to get emotional, y'all, because this is a person that I don't even know if I would be clean right now had it not been for the inspiration from her. And I'm showing this, y'all, because this is a gift that she gave to me. God damn, man, this is so hard to get through. I don't want to start crying on the air, man, and get filled up. But anyway, Carol celebrated 7 years clean and sober. Oh my God, y'all. 7 years on December 27th. And so, yeah, man, this is a gift. Please, Lord, teach us to laugh again. But God, don't ever let us forget that we cried. And when I say I'm getting filled up and don't want to cry, it's truly tears of joy, y'all, and happiness, not sad, just emotional. And there's you know a saying, I guess you could call it, around the program, don't ever give up on anybody. uh we truly see miracles happen in the 12-step rooms in recovery from addiction, alcoholism, whatever the fuck you want to call it, man. Don't give up on people. Don't enable them, maybe even try to intervene if you can, and try to put people in check that you love and care about. Do whatever you can to help them. Don't give up on them. This is a person who, quite frankly, I thought we had lost. Yeah, there's some war stories there that we all have, and I'm just so forever grateful for the inspiration that Carol provided me and continues to provide me and inspire me with today by continuing to live sober. 7 years. Wow. So I got to move on because if I keep talking about it, I ain't gonna be able to maintain my composure, obviously. So hey girl, I hope you see this. You already know. You already know. Thank you so much for helping me and for inspiring me to get off that shit, get my life back on track, and stay clean and sober. So shout out and congrats to that girl Carol on 7 years. All right, let's move along, y'all. We gotta send a shout out to that girl Katie, and she just celebrated 13 years clean. And Dean, you may remember Katie because she was, there she is, a guest on the Dare Me podcast. Do you remember? We went live from San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
And there she is with my longtime friend and her husband, Jeremy. So shout out to Jeremy and Katie. These are pictures that we took that we showed on that Dare Me podcast that we went live in San Francisco. They were out there, and we were at the Grateful Dead show. So yeah, that picture on the left where Katie's laughing and you can see the crowd in the background. That's actually at what they call a Wharf Rats meeting at the Grateful Dead show. Yeah, that was like that final weekend of shows for the Grateful Dead, man. And so we had so much fun, and I just got to go back and read this. Let's just read it, man. I mean, sometimes, I'll say I don't want to read to y'all on this podcast, but we got time tonight. And so she wrote 13 years. I'll see if I can get through this one without getting filled up. 13 years of freedom from active addiction, 13 years of not using any mind, mood altering substance. I am deeply grateful for the life I have today, the people that are in it. I am grateful that the desire to use, damn, like I said, y'all, I knew it'd be tough getting through this, but fuck it. I'm going to give it my best shot that the desire to use has been removed and I can live a full, beautiful life. If you're a person struggling, man, and you think you can't get through it, that you can't get clean, there's a testament, man. The desire to use, if you really want this, can be lifted from you, like it was from me, like it was here from Katie as she's talking about. Um, the desire to use has been removed and she can now live a full, beautiful life. She can be honest about who I am and not hide behind a mask, as she says. She says, I am not perfect, but I am proud of the person I am today. I am grateful for the meetings and the people that continue to show up for the newcomers. We cannot keep what we have unless we give it away. I always want to be a part of the solution and give away what was so freely given to me. God damn, man. I can't believe I'm getting so filled up about this. And then, as you see, she writes, keep coming back. 13 roses from the best husband for my 13 years. And there again, y'all, look at the beautiful Katie. Oh my God, she is so beautiful and such an inspiration to all the girls in the program, man. And the guys too, including yours truly. But Yeah. Anyway, shout out, Katie. We love you. Jeremy, shout out. Hope to have y'all back on the podcast again soon. I see that we have that boy Mike Woods on standby. Mike, hang with us. I just want to get through these shout outs and then we're going to bring you on live. We're going to have Mike Woods on live, y'all. The rocker Mike Woods from Cult of Storm and debuting a brand new song, exclusive song and video right here live on the New Year's Eve marathon edition of the Dare Me podcast. I can't wait. That's coming up, y'all. But let's get through these shout outs. I got to send one to that boy, Doug Henson. And I checked with him today, made sure he was cool with us showing this on the podcast. He said, hell yeah, go ahead, bro. Gosh, old friend of mine, man, from back in the day up in Detroit City on December 17th, he celebrated 34 years clean. He wrote, it's been a busy day today and it's not over, but I'm grateful to say that today marks 34 years clean of just for today for me. And oh man, I would love to have Doug on the show sometime, but he texted me today. He's not much of a podcast guy, but he said, yeah, man, you want to do a shout out? Go ahead, man. Oh my God, do I have some Doug Henson stories. Dean, we'll talk about it later, but he is an avid motorcycle rider. I know you are too, man. And he is literally ridden all over the country. God, what a motivational, inspirational, fascinating story he has
Thought you were
about.
gonna sing the Muppet Show tune.
Yeah,
Motivational, inspirational.
yeah, we're gonna be talking about the Muppets later. But anyway, Doug, shout out to you, bro. We need to stay in touch more than we do, man. And then I got to talk about this. And Mike, I know you're there on standby with us. Hang tough, bro. I want to do this because some of y'all may remember we talked about this on a previous episode of the show because I just got to do this shout out. I was contacted by a friend of mine, Pam. We're just going to give her first name. And this was back in October, Dean. You may remember I showed this on the podcast because I wanted to just put out there that, sometimes I'll second guess myself. I'll get self conscious about this podcast. Like, oh my God, what have I done? Oh my God, I put myself out there and I'm just like, and then I get a message like this. Hi, Glenn. It's Pam. I hope all is well. I wanted to reach out to see if you could help my son, Chris. Whoa. He's going through a tough time with addiction. Please let me know if he can call you. Thank you. And then I replied and then heard back from her. Thank you so much, Glenn. Yes, he is ready. He's ready to go into rehab within a few days. Unfortunately, has back issues like so many people and has abused hydrocodone, an opiate. He's also taking Adderall med, which he also wants to get off of. He's in a major depression as well. He wants off of this train wreck so he can get his life back. I follow you on Facebook and I'm so envious of your journey. Don't be envious, girl. It's a day at a time, and you're helping me stay clean with messages like this. As I shared before on the show, I told him you would be a great person to talk to. She writes, this means the world to me, Glenn. And Pam, if you see this, girl, it means the world to me. That you thought or would think I would be a great person for him to talk to. And then she wrote, I will give him your number and hopefully he can listen to others encouraging and supporting him that he's not alone, with our podcast. And so I did talk to Chris, her son, and she wrote this, and we showed this on the podcast. This was back in October. As you can see by the date there, she says, hi, Glenn. I just wanted to thank you again for talking with Chris. He said you really helped him. He checked himself in last night. I pray. God damn it, y'all. I'm sorry. It's just, when you've lost so many people to this sickness of addiction, like I have, It's fucking emotional, man. It's emotional. She says, I pray it works out for him. Take care. So, like I said, y'all, these are emotions, happy emotions. And here's the good news. Shout out from that boy, Chris. There he is. And he told me it was fine showing this. I'm just giving y'all his first name here, y'all. I checked in with him on the 29th. I hadn't talked with him since then. Hey, bro, just checking in. Hope all is well. Keep in touch. And look at his reply just yesterday, y'all. All God damn, if I get through this without getting filled up again, it's a miracle. All is very well. I'm actually in a meeting right now. I was in rehab from October 5th through November 17th. He said it was cool to share this on the podcast, y'all. I'm on subs right now, Suboxone for medically assisted treatment, Matt, which we've talked about on this show many, many times. Harm reduction, y'all, coming off of that shit. And as he writes, but I'm tapering off almost. God damn. Almost 90 days clean now. And y'all, I in no way, shape, or form taking any credit for that at all. Just hoping that maybe in some small little way, God damn it, that I might have been, I'm sorry, y'all, inspirational, maybe help to plant that seed. And as you can see, I replied, bro, that is awesome, Chris. Keep rocking, nephew. You got this. Call me anytime. And then I also asked him if it was okay if we posted this picture of him and his beautiful daughter, y'all. Look at her. Look how beautiful and cute she is. And look at what a handsome young man he is. God damn, y'all. I told you we get real on here, man. We get real, we get raw. This is all, so Dean, as I've shared on this podcast, I see we got a room full of viewers and listeners. Man, I'm so grateful to y'all for joining us live on New Year's Eve. And man, sorry, not sorry, that I'm getting emotional, y'all. But like I said, man, I've literally on this podcast many times, I've literally sat right next to people in NA meetings and I hear them struggling and sharing their story, how they're trying to kick, how they're trying to get clean, how they're trying to get their life back on track. And then you come back the next night or a couple days later and everybody's in tears and you're like, what the fuck? What's going on? And you find out that so and so who was there the night before a couple days ago is dead because they relapsed, got a hold of some of that bullshit dope out there now, laced with fentanyl, and it killed them. They didn't want to die. They just couldn't handle being dope sick or struggling with their addiction and died. And so when I get a story like this that, we can share on this podcast of somebody doing this, man, a success story, my man, living clean 90 days now. That, like I said, in maybe some small little way we were a part of. Of course, I fucking get emotional. This beautiful, beautiful young little girl has her daddy back. Fuck. Man, when I was putting this show together, I knew we were going to do this. I didn't think I would get this emotional and filled up. And like I said, y'all, I did communicate with Chris earlier today and asked him if it was okay to share his story and show this picture, and he said yes. And he was a little curious what all I was going to talk about, and I just told him, hey bro, we'll be live and I'll send you a clip from the show. And so hey Chris, man, sorry I'm getting so fucking filled up, bro, but I am so, God, I don't want to sound condescending, but I am so fucking proud of you, man, and so happy for you and so inspired by you, bro. You're inspiring me to keep doing this shit Because, hey, man, I still romance that shit. I still think about using, which, as people in the program have taught me, my sponsor says, man, it's normal for an addict to think about using. Isn't that fucked up, though, y'all? For those of y'all that know, that shit brings us to our knees, almost kills us, but our thinking will still romance wanting to use that shit. What the fuck is that all about? That's addiction, man. That's addiction. It does give you those euphoric feelings until it doesn't. And for some reason, our thinking wants to romance and only focus on those euphoric feelings and wants to conveniently forget about, those horrible, horrible times where we felt like we wanted to die, like we were dope sick and all that other shit. Thank God I don't have to live like that anymore, where my thinking is obsessed with where am I going to get the next one? Oh God, and the anxiety. I can't run out or I'll get dope sick. Well, guess what, bro? We don't have to live like that anymore. And so let me move on. I know we got that boy Mike on standby. Mike, I promise we're going to get to you in a second. I'm excited to have you back on the show. But Mike, I know you get it, bro. And I just had to do this shout out and tell this story, man, because I'm just so happy for this boy Chris and for his little girl and for his mom Pam. And oh my God, man, like I said in that message, bro, call me anytime and stay in touch. So yeah, Dean, like I said, bro, I second guess myself sometimes with this show, and I'll think to myself, oh my God, what have I done? I remember when I first talked to you about doing this podcast and coming out, with my addiction, you saying to me, well, Glenn, once you ring that bell, there's no unringing it, man. Well, when we have stories like that, I have no regrets. So, anyway, shout out again and congratulations to Chris. So, Dean, what are we looking at here, bro? Tell me what we see.
This is live from Orlando Epcot.
Oh, wow. Live from Orlando, where they're about to ring in the new year.
This is somebody's camera in Epcot because about 30 seconds ago, this guy with a bald head just kind of came right in front of the camera and just started talking to the camera. I'm like, yeah, kind of go wait, and just
Well,
pointed back
hey,
at the stage. And yeah, it's kind of
I'm
cool.
glad you brought that up, bro. And I think it's the perfect transition for us to, since they're playing live music there, for us to bring our old friend in. There he is, our friend Mike Woods, the rock and roll superstar. What's happening, Mike? How are you? Happy New Year, bro.
Happy New Year. I hope you can hear me okay.
I hear you loud and clear. You picking them up good, Dean?
Yep.
All right. Well, hey,
Fantastic.
Mike, thank you so much for your patience. And man, like I said, sorry, not sorry. I know you were probably going, God damn, Glenn, you getting all filled up and shit. But God damn, man, you know the struggle, bro, if you don't mind me saying. And man, when I could tell a story like that, just fucking blows my mind, man. So I'm so happy to be able to tell a story like that. And I know I was starting to think before I even told, that he was 90 days clean, that there might have been some people thinking, oh my God, he's about to tell us this motherfucker died, and no, it was actually the opposite. But because I was getting so emotional, I thought, oh boy, I better, get to what I'm trying to make a point on here. But anyway, so Mike, you got a brand new song. You're giving us an exclusive to debut on the Dare Me podcast. How cool is that? Appreciate that, bro. Tell us about this jam you made.
Well, it's you'll be the world premiere for something that who knows who the hell's actually going to hear. But first of all, before we get to that, I really wanted to thank you very much for sharing that story and the image of Chris and his daughter. That
I want to
was
thank Chris for allowing us to tell the story and show that. But thank you, man. Appreciate that,
that,
Mike. Yeah.
that was fantastic, and I really, really appreciate you getting real and you opening up and you letting yourself be human. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that greatly. As a
Thank
musician and a songwriter, releasing original music, I mean, I sometimes pour my heart and soul in this,
you.
and releasing it out to the public, it can be like walking naked through the town square when you haven't been working out. you know.
Right. Oh, I
And
get it.
then you mentioned some misgivings that some might call imposter syndrome, if you've heard of that.
Oh, yeah.
And that's something that plagues us musicians horribly. And one thing that just keeps me going is once in a while some musician will post up something about, regardless of how many setbacks you have or imposter syndrome or what have you, just keep going. Just keep,
Yes.
and that's what you're doing, and I appreciate it, and I'm really glad you're still here.
Oh,
So,
man.
and
Thank you for saying that. I should interject, Mike, because again, I see we got a bunch of people watching us live and listening live, people in the chat room. So happy New Year to everybody. Just maybe do a little bit more of an introduction. We had Mike on for God as a featured guest. Man, I'm trying to remember, Mike. It was right around episode 15, 16, something like that. And here we are now into episode 42. Blows my mind. So,
yeah, I
hey,
have
bro,
no idea.
yeah, you absolutely been a huge part of propelling us forward with this podcast, man. And God, I'm just so glad to hear that you're still doing music, man. And you know, uh, it's just so cool, man, that you're rocking out. And by the way, we may have one of our mutual friends from back in the young and free days. Shout out to that boy Mark T. Him and I were communicating earlier today, and he said he might jump on. And I told him you were going to be with us tonight. He's like, "Oh yeah, I remember Mike, man." So yeah, man,
Fantastic.
it's crazy to people that I've reconnected with doing this thing. But so anyway, thank you for the very nice and kind words, bro. I appreciate it. Give us an update on what you've been up to before we show and listen to this jam, man. What have you been doing? Because it's been about 6 months since we talked with you.
Well, I tell you, it's particularly relevant,
Mm-hmm.
because I recently had an experience with addiction that is
Mm.
quite a bit different than what you usually talk about here. We've talked a lot about mental health and taking care of yourself and doing
Yeah.
what's right for yourself, and sometimes that requires getting on medication.
Yes.
And my doctor had switched up medications on me, and I had no idea how addictive this particular prescription medication was. Uh,
Right.
and I had a negative reaction to it. And it took me
Whoa.
at least 2 weeks to figure out what in the hell was going on. I
Wow.
literally thought I was losing my mind. I was
Wow.
suicidal. It was beyond a nightmare. He switched up my medication, and within 24 hours, I was fine.
Wow.
So you really gotta, if you're working with a doctor, you really
Mm-hmm.
have to take responsibility for your own care, and
Yes.
you really have to pay attention and follow the doctor's instructions to the letter when possible. But that was a recent experience I had that was just a real eye opener, and it was very frightening indeed. And
Wow.
I'm experiencing an enormous amount of relief at the moment that I'm okay.
Well,
That
good. I'm glad to
right.
hear that, Mike. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's and not to get too far off topic, but Dean and I talked about that exact topic recently, and I know Dean doesn't mind me sharing this because we've already talked openly about it on the podcast. He broke his leg just a few weeks ago in a motorcycle mishap. It wasn't like this horrible crash or anything. He just kind of got tangled up and broke his leg. And sure enough, man, they prescribed him
Well, I
them
don't know how bad
oxys,
that was. That shit hurts.
yeah, but he shared with us, and Dean, I don't mean to speak for you, put words in your mouth, but he did exactly what you just talked about, Mike. Is he took his own care into his own hand, even though they sent him home with a bottle full of oxys, he didn't use any. Is that still the case, Dean? You still hanging tough with the ibuprofen? And
I'm not even taking pain meds at the moment. I haven't taken
right,
any in
right,
a few days. I'm on some supplements, magnesium, great for the
right, right.
joints, and vitamin D3, I think it is.
That's
Yeah,
exactly what I
Yeah.
take.
yeah, yeah. They say it's really good. And funny, I've only been on it for a couple of days, and I have slept through the night. Last 2 days I've been on it, so
Well,
Wow.
it's
as you
you
know,
know.
I've had more than my fair share of medical emergencies, and in addition to paying attention to what the hell your doctor says about whatever he's prescribing you, there's also the physical therapists when you
Yep.
Yes.
sustained an injury. And I can tell you, the only reason that I'm up and about today is because I followed physical therapy instructions to the goddamn letter, and
Right.
it's really important. That's
Yep.
a life lesson learned. Luckily for me, the right way this time.
About
But
10 days I
so
have a physical therapy kind of the first meeting kind of thing, and we'll see how
good
things are
for
going.
you. Just remember, they're not actually there to enjoy torturing you. It's just going to look like it.
Yep.
So anyway, I got this new song that I've actually been working on it for way too long, like months and months and months. But that little recent medication problem I had sort of derailed me for
Right.
a good month or so. Um,
Right.
and I was kind of frozen, just stuck. And finally got back to it, finished the thing up in a matter of a couple of days. You had messaged me asking me to maybe call into the podcast
Yeah.
if we could fit it in, and so this afternoon, literally this afternoon, I finished mixing and mastering it and released it through my
Hell
distribution.
yeah, bro.
And then as we were chatting on Facebook moments ago, I was making a crude video for it so you'd have something to
How
grab
cool
onto.
is that? Well,
So
Mike,
that video you found on YouTube, if you got it already, I literally finished that moments ago.
well,
So
Dean's nodding, so we're going to play it in a minute. But Mike, I got to interject, and I want to apologize to you. I wasn't like not paying attention when I was looking down. I was listening to you. What I was doing was trying to find on the YouTube channel, the Dare Me Podcast YouTube channel. Go and like, share, subscribe, do all the things if you would. I was trying to find, and I found what episode it was that we had you on as a featured guest. And that goes
oh
back
great.
to episode 17, y'all. It was called The Rock Transforms Dare Me Podcast because we talked, if you remember, Mike, all about your
Yes.
transformation and the
Yeah.
amazing stories you told, bro. That was like one of the most intense. I'm not just saying this, bro. I've done a lot of interviews over the course of my career. I remember even me and Dean talking about it after we let you go that day. And Dean, you were like, wow, man, talk about some comeback stories. I mean, again, I just wanted to bring it up, Mike, because you truly have gone through a transformation, not once, not twice, not three times, but many times, even like what you just told tonight. So I wanted to bring it up because I can't encourage our viewers and listeners enough. If you like this podcast and you're into rock music and all that stuff and just stories of inspiration and the comeback, go to the Dare Me Podcast YouTube channel, click that videos tab, go down to episode 17. And Mike and I will keep you entertained for not one, not two, but 3 motherfucking hours. We went along, man. And by the way, Mike, you hold the record. That is the longest edition of the Dare Me podcast we've ever done. Oh, I stand corrected, with the exception of our marathon edition last Sunday for Christmas Eve, and of course tonight. But for our regular shows, that was the longest one we did, and it's like the time just went by like that because it was just such a fascinating interview with you, man. And I gotta say, bro, your music just blows my mind. So I am so excited about hearing this song that you're giving us an exclusive tonight,
I am.
debuting, rolling this song out, man. Thank you for that. I'm just really looking forward to it. And then going out of your way to put a video together for us to show on the program tonight. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that, man. God, can you believe it, man? That was episode 17. Here we are, episode 42. So when I say you have
Well,
helped propel us forward, that was true, by the way, Mike. Not to get off topic too much, but we get these analytics from YouTube.
yeah.
And for the month of November, we had over 7,000 people tune in to the Dare Me Podcast YouTube
Wow.
channel, bro. That's just the Dare Me Podcast YouTube channel. Like I've said, and as you know, we're all over Facebook, we're on X,
Yeah.
we're on LinkedIn, we're on Threads, we're on, Twitch, all these things. Just the Dare Me Podcast YouTube channel, over 7,000 people tuned in the month of November, which again just blows my mind.
Well, I
And
got
I
to
can't
tell you,
tell you how much I appreciate you being on with us to be a part of propelling us that way and getting this positive message out there that clearly, not to toot our own horn, but is helping people and making a difference, just like that story we told with that boy Chris. So anyway,
well,
with all that said, man, tell us about this song. Is this the name of it, Blood and Fire?
Blood and Fire is the name of the new song. I just did that cover art this afternoon.
And I
Um,
love it.
thank you. It's it's funny. You said I almost hold the record for the longest podcast. Back in the day when we used to do like regular radio interviews, they were always really short. And now we
Yeah,
podcast thing and take our time and have a good conversation.
I'm
And that's always
saying.
fun. I appreciate it. And because I have, believe it or not, I've barely started marketing anything that I'm doing with Cult of the Storm. It's just trying to build up some more material, and I'm just about there. And then I'll start marketing it. So, venues like yours are really special to me. It's
Oh
very
man.
it's very much appreciated that you're here and that you could show me some love and support, and I really appreciate it.
Oh
And this
yeah.
song, while the lyrics may not be very obvious because I tend to write in a lot of metaphor and story format, it's really about embracing all of the hardest, most painful, and most difficult transitions and trials of life, and that's
Wow.
what Blood and Fire is all about. Um,
Appreciate it, man.
so
I
it,
love
it
hearing them backstories, and I got to tell you, I love the fucking artwork here, bro. This is cool as hell, man, and I'm
thank
anxious
you
to
very
hear
much.
it. And thank you for the kind words, because you know what, Mike, real quick on that topic, in this day and age of what we call micro content, where and I'm guilty of it, if you want to say guilty. I'm a person that does it too. I'll be on TikTok scrolling like a motherfucker. If it ain't got my attention in 5 seconds, next. I've talked about it on this podcast many times. That ain't what this is. I like that kind of stuff too, but that ain't what this is. This is a
I'm
platform
pretty
to do the
I'm
deep
pretty old
dive.
school. I'm pretty old
What's
school
that?
with that stuff. I tend to like a little bit longer form stuff, and I read
Yeah,
all these reports and analytics about songwriting and how your vocal better start in the first 15 seconds or you lose people. And
yeah.
I don't know. I hope there's not language restrictions on here, but
No, no, we put a content warning out
good.
there.
My simple reply was, well, fuck them. I'm gonna write
Yeah.
what I
Oh,
want
yeah,
to
yeah.
write, and I'm gonna
Yep.
write it the way I want to write it as a composer,
Yep.
and make the song come together with a
Yep.
general theme from
Yeah.
start to finish. So with that, I give you Blood and Fire, brand new for January 31st, 2023.
All right. Well, Dean, let's bring it up, bro, and give it a look and a listen. I can't wait. Here we go. An exclusive from Mike Woods, Cult of the Storm, right here on the Dare Me podcast, y'all. Let's check it out. Here we go.
Oh no, I hope there's audio.
Here we go.
No, I think the audio is missing. I think I think I have screwed the whole pooch here.
Well, like we say, folks, anything can happen live on the Dare Me podcast, and it does. Dean, what are we going to do here? Do we have uh, a link to
Okay,
just?
is the song were you not hearing the sound?
No, we don't hear any audio.
But
Do
I
we
do have
have?
audio to pull it up on YouTube.
Yeah, I did pull it up on YouTube, but I'm playing it, and for some reason, let me add it one more time. Let me stop sharing.
And Mike, when I go back after the live version of the show, we always do edits and shit, and so all this part it ain't gonna be in there. It'll be
Okay.
like,
Yeah.
and now live the exclusive debut, and it'll go right into the song. So
All
Take
right,
two.
so I'm gonna
that's
try it
one
a
of the
little.
fun things about doing this show live, man. Is we have stuff like this.
All right, let's see if we get it now. Give me a thumbs up if you hear it.
But
Yeah. Wow, bro. I fucking love it, man. Love
thank you very much.
it.
The day you
That
get
was
your Clear
awesome.
Choice dental implants makes
All right. Well, Mike Woods, Cult of the Storm. What a great jam, bro. I loved it. I loved it, man. That was an
I
awesome
hope the
tune.
people enjoyed it. I do have to give a shout out.
Please
I got
do.
I got a lead guitar player to come in and do a feature for me on this
Right?
one, named Zach Robin of a local
Okay.
Orlando band called New Dilemma, who are
Shout
making
out
some
to
real
New
waves
Dilemma.
right now. So go check out New Dilemma on YouTube and go check out Zach Robin on YouTube because he's
Zach
got a
Robbins, shout
plethora
out,
of
bro.
guitar lessons. And
Yeah.
as you heard, at least in my opinion, I thought he knocked it out of the park with these
Oh,
solo instruments on
hell
that
yeah.
recording.
I was playing
Everything
air
else,
guitar all along. Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
everything else, everything except for the solo guitar stuff, all that was me. But
and I,
he came in and
yeah,
handled that.
loved it, loved it. And I'm sorry, bro, my brain. What is the name of the jam again?
The name of the song is Blood and Fire.
Blood and Fire. So I just got to interject. I see we got a bunch of people watching, listening live. We are live with that boy Mike Woods from Cult of the Storm, and he just gave an exclusive debut to us here on the Dare Me podcast for his brand new song and video, Blood and Fire, and it is a freaking rocker, man. Mike, thank you so much for joining us live from Central Florida, by the way. I'm coming to you live here in Sacramento, California, and Mike is all the way over on the East Coast coming to us
Yeah,
live
we've
from.
only got about 18 minutes till midnight here.
I was just going to say, and we are about to ring in the new year there on the East Coast in about 18 minutes. So, Mike, we don't want to hold you hostage if you want to go be, with your family and all that. I know Dean is going to bring up the ball in Times Square, and we're going to watch it drop live. I am forever grateful to you, bro, for being a friend of the Dare Me podcast, and so proud to call you my friend. And thank you again for giving us an exclusive debut of your brand new song, bro. That is a rocker, man. And like I said, man, we are live, and then after we do the live show, we go back and we do some edits and clean it up on the front end and the back end. And I'm getting pretty good at that iMovie shit, man. I love doing all the transitions and all that stuff. So yeah, man, I'll definitely put a little package together of our interview and the song and all that, and I'll make sure I get that to you, bro. So thank you so much again. I can't wish you a happy new year enough. I wish you and your family all the best in 2024, bro. Thank you again for being with us tonight.
Well, I really appreciate you guys having me on, and I really, really appreciate your time and the opportunity to expose a couple of people to my music. Maybe somebody likes it. So,
yeah, absolutely,
I have
bro.
a good time doing it.
And again, I just can't encourage people enough. If you enjoyed that music we just heard from Mike, and you'd like to maybe do a little bit more of a deep dive into some of his stuff, go back and watch and listen to episode 17 of the Dare Me podcast on that Dare Me podcast YouTube channel. And
I'm gonna have to watch
man,
that one myself.
yeah, it was a great show, Mike. And hey, man, we got to have you back on again at some point in 2024. Please stay in touch. Keep us updated on what you're doing with the music and just life in general, bro. So grateful to have you on the show again, man. Happy New Year. And thank you again for the exclusive release of that Blood and Fire, man. That's a jam. Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you very much, guys. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful new year and all your positive wishes come true. So have a
Same
good
to
night.
you, Mike. All right, bro. Thanks.
New
Happy New Year. Wow, Dean, we had that boy Mike Woods from Cult of the Storm on the podcast again, man, and gave us an exclusive debut of his brand new song.
Yep.
How freaking cool was that, man?
That's
So,
pretty
yeah,
cool.
like Mike mentioned, we are now just 15 minutes away from 2024 there on the East Coast where you're at. By the way, Dean is coming to us live from Orlando, Florida. Tell us what we're looking at here now, Dean. What is
Oh,
this?
we came back to Epcot. They changed the camera angle. This is looking over the lake, and of course,
Wow.
fireworks are going to start in about 16 minutes. I just, I wanted to go with this one because New York.
Yeah.
We'll jump over to New York, see what it's looking like.
Oh no, for sure, man.
But
Orlando, bro. That's one thing I'll say about them theme parks, man. Disney, Universal, they know how to do it right when it comes to the new year, man. That is for real, for real. They definitely do.
Yeah,
So,
funny thing is I'm like 20 miles, 25 miles away from Epcot, and yet I could listen outside my house and hear the fireworks going off
yeah,
at
and see
Epcot.
them too, but looks like they got a great crowd out there too, man.
Yeah,
Wow.
there's probably a million people around that lake right now.
Well, hey, while we got some time, bro, I want to do this because and we'll keep the live shot up there, y'all. We'll come back
Oh,
to it, but let's bring this up and talk about this because there's a lot of other cool stuff going on, recovery oriented related events on New Year's Eve. But for all of those watching and listening to the Dare Me podcast, I want to send a shout out to y'all again. I see we got people in the viewing room, we got people in the chat, man. Man, just so grateful. Uh, you know, um, I'm just looking at the private chat, Dean. You and Mike cracked me up there. Glenn is having a moment. But anyway, that was before we even had him on. But anyway, yeah, man, for those of you that are watching and listening, you got your tickets for the New Year's event. Stay home and do nothing other than watch and listen to the Dare Me podcast. So grateful to have y'all here with us. So, just wanted to go, for anybody who may be watching or come across the recorded version, jump on board a little later, whatever, that is new to living clean and sober and recovery, man. There's so much stuff to do on New Year's Eve. And this is, I'm just going to show you a few samples from different places around the country, man. This is one going on right here in Sacramento where I have friends at as we speak. Had we not decided to do the podcast live tonight, Dean, I very well may have been at this event. It's called All Paths to Recovery. And you might remember we did a shout out to that boy Rory, who's featured on this flyer. He's hosting this comedy and music event at this club here in the Sacramento area. You see New Year's Eve comedy show and dance and, you know, had a dinner going on. There's people there getting ready to count down the new year right now. So yeah, man, when you're thinking about getting clean and sober, you think, "Fuck, man, oh god, it's gonna be so boring. Oh, my party life's over." Bullshit, man. People who live in recovery, you got to remember. Those are some of the biggest partiers in the world. That's why we live clean and sober, because we like to party so goddamn much and shit was killing us. So there's always stuff going on. This is one event. Here's another. This is where my sponsor, Shay Shay, is at right now with a bunch of my other friends. I very well may have been at this event had we not decided to do the podcast live tonight. This is one in Stockton, California, which is just right up the road from me, maybe not even a half hour away. They're having a New Year's Eve masquerade ball. This was something I pulled a couple days ago. You can see it says 2 days to go, but that's going on as we speak. And here's one not far from me either, about 40 minutes away in Nevada City, California. You can see they're having a New Year's Eve pajama party and talent show. So you get the idea, y'all. There's all kinds of cool stuff going on New Year's Eve if you're looking to party clean and sober. So, Dean, all the way over in your neck of the woods, here's an event right there in the metropolitan Orlando area in Longwood, Florida, where I used to live. This group I've attended more times than I could even count, called A Message of Hope. We call it AMO for short, and they're actually doing a big fireworks event that's going to start in about 10 minutes. And you can see they had a speaker meeting earlier at 7, a big fireside meeting from 8 to 10. Had a big breakfast buffet, a raffle, so much fun. I've been to that event many, many times, and God bless all of y'all there. Miss y'all all the time, but what a great event that is. Here's another one that I thought we'd talk about. Best home group in the whole wide world. Shout out to all my homies in Detroit City. Uh, I got my home groups here in Sacramento and my one in Orlando, but man, I love all them people at the East Side Alano Club in Detroit City who helped me get my life back when I got clean this time, man, where I literally was kicking dope in the rooms of Narcotics Anonymous. And yeah, man, they got a big party and dance going on tonight. Shout out to that boy, DJ Nixky, who's playing the jams, I'm sure, as we speak. And you can see they got cornhole 50-50 games, taco bar, costume, whole 9 yards. They also have a marathon meeting going on there till 10 o'clock tomorrow night. It starts at midnight in just like 9 minutes and will go till 10 o'clock tomorrow. So, yeah, man, like we said earlier on this podcast, the holidays can be very tempting for people sometimes. Because, they just. Yeah, we're going to go back to that live shot in a second,
Yep.
Dean. I just wanted to see what the next flyer was. So, yeah, man, there's always stuff to do. Here's another one we want to talk about. This is going on right now in New Jersey, of all things, or all places, and a convention going on that started yesterday and goes right through Monday. Where people are, living clean and attending this whole convention, y'all. Man, I got notes here. I'm looking for my notes. They call this the Bergen Area, BASCNA, the Bergen Area Convention of Narcotics Anonymous, y'all. So, yeah, you get the idea, y'all. There's just so many things going on. Got to do a quick shout out to my home group. This is where I go every Thursday night. If you follow me on social media, you see I'm posting all the time. The American River area of NA, and we call it the Leave the Drama at the Door group, where I go to the American River Alano Club. And then I was there for my very last NA meeting of the year last night. We meet midnight on Friday. And we go until we run out of gas. So I had to do a quick shout out to that group as well. So, Dean, let's talk more about that live shot because we got, 7 minutes now until the new year in Orlando, all on the East Coast. Oh, fireworks already at Kingdom. Is that live?
This is live from the Kingdom.
Wow.
A minute ago, I saw what seemed.
Oh, we lost Dean. Dean is gone. Wow, not sure what happened, but we lost Dean completely. Just like that. Looks like he's about to come back.
Oh.
There he is.
You got me? Or
yeah, I got you. We lost you for a second there.
Yeah,
man.
all of a sudden my browser just went blank, and maybe I'm doing too much. Let me do this share screen again so I can get back into it.
All right. Well, hey, like we like to say, man, anything can happen live on the Daremy Podcast. And it does. Okay, so we're back live at Magic Kingdom, right?
Yep. Hopefully my browser will hold up.
Wow. Hey, I love it, man.
Yeah, it started out just about a minute ago, and just before the fireworks. Funny thing is I saw what looked like maybe somebody, a parachuter, but it looked like Tinkerbell. There was a person like flying like right over the castle, and I was like, wait a minute, that's a little odd. What's going on?
There's something flying over the castle right now. Look at that. Look at the top of the screen. There's something flying over it.
That's a plane or a helicopter or something, but no, this was like actually directly over the castle. You could see somebody was kicking their legs and flying over, and I'm thinking, well, maybe they parachuted or on some sort of, I don't know, it was weird, but it was not fake. I could probably, I'm not sure if I could even bounce back into I might be able to go back and look at it, but we'll just enjoy the fireworks.
Hey, just out of curiosity, man, I'm hearing an echo. of myself.
Echo of yourself. Let me see what's going on with my
delay,
sound
I should
settings.
say. Yeah, I'm getting a delay.
Yeah, I can't figure it out. I'm not getting it.
Okay.
I'm not sending you anything that would give you an echo. So it's
it's a delay, bro. I'm definitely getting a delay.
Is it just the music coming off of Disney here? I can lower that down.
No.
Huh, weird.
When I say something, I hear myself repeat it like a second later.
Okay, well.
Well, hey, let me ask you this. Can we still, possibly, if not, no worries, can we bring up the ball live in New York?
We'd have to bounce out of this, and I'd have to find the thing.
Yeah, let's see if we can. We got 4 minutes, y'all. 4 minutes till the new year on the East Coast.
See what else we got here.
That was cool, though.
Yeah,
man, I'm still hearing that. I don't know what it is. That's weird.
Interesting. Okay.
So yeah, try to bring up the Times Square live feed on the internet. If you're still, I see we still got people watching. Happy to hear y'all. Play there with us, man. And we're gonna try to bring up the Times Square feed live on the internet and see if we can maybe watch the big ball truck. We got 3 minutes till 2024 on the East Coast.
Okay, so the problem with going to New York Times Square, it's a show. So right now they're showing a concert. Is that Paul Anka? I think that's Paul Anka.
Yeah.
Go ahead and I'll add it to it, but
well, hey, bro, we don't have much Times Square.
This is what's coming out of Times Square.
I was wondering if we could count down. I guess I was going with it. I know with live feed in New York, we got countdown and ring in the New Year with the. There's Paul Anka. Okay,
yeah.
I'm cool with this.
This is Times
Wait,
Square.
Paul Anka's definitely showing his age.
Oh, you better underway, yeah.
All right.
I don't want to bring up too much sound because it's, you never know what we're going to trigger.
Yeah, that's cool.
Or I'll just kind of, whoops.
Oh, I'm hearing fireworks outside my door.
He's doing a Beatles song. So he's doing Imagine. He's doing John Lennon's Imagine. You hear this or did I?
Yeah, I hear it. I gotta be honest, bro. As you're coming 3 minutes in midnight, when you want music a little more like we just heard Mike Wood, not singing some mellow.
Might as well. If you want to see the ball drop, this is going to be the place.
Yeah.
Song, and then they're going to go right to the ball drop.
I feel part of it, man.
It's a show. Right now, it's actually, it's 1 minute to midnight. So as soon as he finishes, I'm guessing they're going to start the countdown. I've got feeds from Dubai, from Vegas, from all over the place. But clearly Paris was kind of.
All right, here we go. We're down to the last minute of 2023. And hey, man, I just got to say, I see we have put in our viewing room that are watching and listening to the daremepodcast. Thank you so much, y'all, for spending your New Year's Eve with me and Dean and us here on the daremepodcast. We love y'all. Please wish y'all the very best in the new year. Where's my girl, Daddy? Wait. All right. Here we go. We're about to do the 10-second countdown. Ready, Dean? I got Jamie. I got somebody I'm kissing at midnight, my little dog. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Yeah!
Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year to you, man. Really, wish you all this in 2024. Everybody has at least a diet. Okay, baby, you next.
Okay, I'm gonna bounce out. I do hear the echo when I looked over on my iPad over here. I do hear a little bit of a stadium echo, which it had to be
Right.
on my side. So I'm gonna let you continue with your next segment after this kind of happened here, and then I'm gonna bounce out and come back in again.
Okay.
Um, we're probably going to lose the graphics so when I
Okay.
jump out. So I'm going to come back out, come back in. Hopefully that echo will it'll take care of. So you're on your own for about 30 seconds.
All right. Well, I can handle that. Yeah, so hey, Happy New Year, y'all. In fact, I see, God, man, we just had some more people jump on live right as we went into the brand new year. Happy New Year and 2024 on the East Coast, y'all. Just a few hours to go till it's 2024 here on the West Coast in California. And we are going to stay on live with you here on the Dare Me podcast all the way through for the next few hours. So, hey, we got some fun coming up on this show. We still got an appearance from that boy Elmo from the Muppets and Sesame Street. He's coming up. Hey, Dean, you're back. I see. Eh?
Yep. How do you still hear the echo?
Nope, the echo is gone.
Okay,
Thank
there we
you.
go.
I don't know what happened earlier, but
I bounced out earlier and
yeah. Well, you know what? We were trying to bring on a live feed from Orlando, from New York, all the things. So, hey, man, like we always say on this show, anything can happen live on the Dare Me podcast, and it does. And by the way, I meant to mention earlier, I wore this shirt for a reason tonight. One more take, because it truly is like one more take, the last Dare Me podcast of the year. 2023. One more take, y'all. And so, yeah, it is officially 2024 in all kinds of different places around the world. And now it is officially on the East Coast of the United States, where I've got lots of friends and family, including our co host and producer, Dean Baker, who's coming to us live from Orlando, Florida. Dean, so grateful to you, man. You know, we told that story earlier about that young man, Chris, and we showed a picture of him and his beautiful daughter and the story about the difference we're making with this humble little podcast. And you're a huge part of that, bro. When I brought the idea of doing this podcast to you, you know, I didn't know how you were going to react. I didn't know if you were going to be on board with it, you know, and you were supportive and encouraging, you know, and also, you know, just said to me, hey, Glenn, we can do this. Just remember, man, once you ring that bell and come out of the closet, if you will, about struggling with addiction and the whole 9 yards, there's no unringing that bell. And like I've said many times on here, y'all, yeah, man, I get self-conscious about it sometimes and second guess myself like, oh God, what have I done? And what do people think of me, especially from my career and my professional life and all that other shit. And then we have a story like what we told earlier on the podcast, how we've made some even little small difference in helping a young man with a beautiful young daughter who we showed the picture of, who's got now over 90 days clean. No regrets, y'all. No regrets. And so, anyway, Dean, I just wanted to say, man, you know, thank you so much for helping to make 2023 a year whew, and I'm trying not to get filled up about it, that I will never forget. And yeah, man, I'm just very, very grateful for your friendship and your support and encouragement because, as we've shared on this podcast many times, y'all, Dean is not an addict. He's not,
What was that word you guys called me?
yeah, you are a recovery advocate. Oh, we called you a normie.
Normie. Yes.
You are a normie. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Dean
Okay.
has
That's
never
fine.
struggled with substance abuse disorder, alcoholism, addiction, whatever you want to call it. But like I've said before on here, Dean, you are a part of the recovery community in everything you've done 42 episodes in now in supporting us and doing all the things you do to help keep this podcast going and making such a difference. So anyway, I just wanted to say, bro, I'm so grateful to you, man, and happy new year to
Well,
you.
thank you.
And
Happy New Year.
yeah, well, hey, man, please indulge me, everyone. I gotta send a couple texts out real quick. My son just sent me uh wow, a picture. Oh, look, they're watching the Dare Me podcast live in Miami. There's my beautiful daughter-in-law Awana, and I just got a text from my boy G. Happy New Year, G. If you're still watching, Awana, Debbie is there visiting. I'm trying to reply to the text, and you know how it is, man. At midnight on New Year's, you always send and get texts from different people. So I'm doing it live on the air right now. I'll write more to you later, G, if you're still watching this, but at least I sent you the emojis. Happy New Year. Miss you. Some of my best and fondest memories will always be spending New Year's with my son G Money, who, as y'all know, has been a guest on this podcast. If you're a regular viewer or listener, many, many times and helped coach me back to health. Look at that, G. I'm still flexing them, but you helped get me there, man. And in case you missed it, Glenn, if you're still watching, oh, wow. There we are in Times Square live. Thank you, Dean, for bringing that up. Okay, 6 minutes after midnight in New York City, which, by the way, talking about G and Awana, they were just in New York, Dean.
Yeah.
G surprised Awana, yes, with a whirlwind, I think it was 3 day trip to New York City for Christmas, and they literally left. I don't know, I think it was a Christmas day, I don't remember, but they went for like 3 days, and they were literally just here a couple of days ago, and now they're back in Miami, and big news coming up from that boy G Money real soon, by the way, y'all. I can't say it right now, but I'm gonna let him do that. But huge news from Glenn and Awana coming up real soon. So excited about that. So anyway, yeah, man, here we are looking at Times Square live here on the Dare Me podcast tonight on New Year's Eve. Now, actually, New Year's Day on the East Coast in the United States. Um, Here in California on the West Coast, where I'm at, it is 9:09 p.m. So we got a little less than 3 hours until the new year officially hits here in California, in Sacramento, where I'm coming to you live from right now. So, yeah, man, not sure who's performing on the stage there right now, but they
Doesn't
clearly
look
got
like
some.
anyone's performing. There's just a bunch of people
Oh, they're
running
just all
around at
kind
the
of still
moment. Yeah.
partying and all that. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, hey, man, I just thought it was so cool that we were able to check in out at Epcot Center in Orlando, Magic Kingdom at Walt Disney World in Orlando. Right now, we're watching a live stream from New York City where they just dropped the ball in Times Square. How cool is that, man? And I see we just got some new viewers come aboard. We can see how many people, and when new people come on board the podcast and start watching live, we don't know who it is, but we can see you. So happy New Year to those of y'all that are watching and listening live to us here on the Dare Me podcast. How cool is that that you're spending part of your New Year's Eve or New Year's with us here on the Dare Me podcast? We're so grateful to have y'all. And just a friendly reminder, we are going to have a special appearance from that boy Elmo coming up in just a little bit. That's right, Elmo from the Muppets and Sesame Street and all that will be making an appearance on the Dare Me podcast here in just a little bit, y'all. We're just still kind of feeling the vibes of ringing in the new year on the East Coast. And I see Dean is bringing us live feeds from we were just in Times
Yeah.
Square at New York City, and now here we are. This is back at Epcot in Orlando, right, Dean?
Yeah, I just kind of backed up time a little bit. That's the great thing about, So I'm trying to figure out exactly when they lit it off here. Because it's a
Wow.
light show, but eventually, let's go
Very
ahead and
cool light show there. Yeah.
okay, here comes the fireworks here.
Okay. So we're kind of seeing a little bit of a
This is an
rebroadcast,
instant replay, yes.
instant replay of the new year being rang in, as it were, in Orlando, Florida at the Epcot Center. It's a replay. I love it, man. I love it. Yeah, I'll tell you, man, for anybody watching, if you've never, oh, we lost Dean again. That happened earlier, but he'll be back. Yeah, I think it has something to do with him juggling those live feeds, y'all. We're coming to you live on this podcast, and Dean got bumped off once earlier on the show, but he came right back, and there he is. He's back again already. So yeah, man. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know.
Tell me
Those
I have an echo or anything right now.
no, no, neither do
Okay.
I. So we're good there. But
I
yeah, man, I think juggling those live streams from New York and Epcot and Disney and all that for some reason throws you out.
Yeah, it's thrown me out. Likely it's probably because I'm presenting also the slideshow.
Right, right.
That's it's too much for the interface, so we're just gonna have to, or maybe I'm gonna take out your camera, your second camera here.
Yeah, we don't need that. We just have
So
that spice
yeah,
up the
so
show.
I'm you know hope this won't dump out on us, but just
Yeah,
kind of
well,
keep plugging
hey,
away.
like we always say, man, we are live. I'm coming to you live from the Dare Me podcast studio here in Sacramento, California. And Dean is coming to us live from his little home studio there in Orlando, Florida. He's still nursing that broken leg. So he's kind of working from home these past couple of weeks, y'all. You got the leg propped up there, Dean.
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm kind of a little sideways because
Oh
my
no, I get it, bro.
picking
I
my
get it,
leg up
man.
that
We're just
way. So
glad you're feeling better, and that you're nursing yourself back to health without the opioid pain medication. So, anyways, hey y'all, let's do another shout out real quick. And again, y'all, just want to remind you, we are gonna bring the new year in here on the West Coast live in just a little less than 3 hours. We're not going anywhere. We are staying on live with you till well past midnight on the West Coast. Not too much past midnight on the West Coast, but we are going to ring the new year in live here on the Derby podcast here on the West Coast, and we're staying live the whole time. We're not going anywhere, y'all. So we got lots of show to get to still. Oh man, I gotta send a shout out again to that boy Mike Woods. If you missed it earlier, y'all, you gotta go back and watch it. We had Mike Woods from Cult of the Storm live here on the Dare Me podcast, leading up to the countdown at midnight, and he gave us an exclusive debut of a brand new song and video that he did. That is a rocker, y'all. So yeah, shout out to Mike and thank you so much for that, Mike. Well, we're going to do another shout out right now, y'all. And we did a bunch earlier, but I thought we'd do this one too, because I think this is kind of cool. How about, well, we just lost our slides there. I'm not sure what happened. Let's add them again. There we go. Shout out to that boy, the situation, Mike Sorrentino from Jersey Shore. Yeah, that train wreck of a show, y'all. Hey, I watched it. I couldn't help. There's that saying about you. It's like you can't look away. I actually enjoyed the show. I thought it was entertaining. A lot of people used to joke around about how it was a train wreck, and it was actually one of them reality shows that was a trip. And in case you don't remember, Jersey Shore, probably the most famous person from that show, in addition to Mike the Situation, was like Snooky. Everybody remember Snooky and JWoww? Well, Mike the Situation, I thought we'd do a shout out to him because he just celebrated 8 years clean and sober. Shout out to the situation. And he is one of those people who has elected, like yours truly, to recover out loud. And I'm so grateful to him for doing that. Like I know a lot of other people are too, because let's face it, y'all, a lot of younger people, especially, really liked watching that show, Jersey Shore. And, it was all about partying and the clubs on the Jersey Shore and all that other stuff. And, Mike has been very open about his story about how he, hit that proverbial rock bottom and has some hell of a war stories, man, about being strung out on the opioid pills just like yours truly and all that other shit, and how his finances got all fucked up and he ended up doing prison time for taxes and all kinds of shit, man. And truly had hit that proverbial bottom, man, and now he's celebrating 8 years clean, spreading this positive message and recovering out loud. And man, I'm just so grateful to hear he's doing so well, and we thought we'd show that. And oh, I'm sorry. Here, I thought we had another slide, but I see what you did, Dean. You combined them together, which is cool, man. And yeah. So anyway, we just want to do that one more shout out, and let's go ahead and show the next slide here. I was going to show this earlier for those of our viewers and listeners that are still in the viewing room and watching and listening to the Dare Me podcast. We got a bunch of funny memes and stuff we're going to be showing the rest of this show, y'all. And here's one that I pulled. I come across all these things online on social media, and when I see one I like or makes me chuckle or laugh, I'll capture it to put on the show. And this was a good one. I thought somebody posted. I still don't know what I'm wearing to the living room New Year's Eve party. I might not even go. Pardon me, y'all. I got to check my phone. I got another text, so I didn't. That boy Doug Henson, who we did a shout out to earlier, just sent me a text. Happy New Year again to Doug, and congratulations. We did a shout out to him earlier on that 34 years clean. So yeah, well, hey Dean, man, I know you had that site up earlier of all those different time zones around the world, um, ringing in New Year. So I'm just wondering, here in the States, so we rang in the New Year there on the East Coast where it's already now 12:19. So what is the next one here in the States? Is that the Central Time Zone, which would include, I guess, like Alabama, Texas,
Maybe
moving towards
Chicago. Maybe Chicago. I don't know.
yeah, Chicago, Illinois is in that time zone.
Does
Yep.
Detroit
Well, no,
in
Detroit is in the East Coast, so it is
okay.
officially the new year in Detroit now. Um,
Okay, well,
Let's see.
I mean, I can look around, but keep in mind now we're sharing a lot
Yeah,
of
we
stuff, so I
Yep,
can
yep,
easily
I
dump
hear you.
out.
Well, hey, man, we let Dean. Let's go ahead and put that phone number up there again, if we may, because I see we still got people in the viewing room watching. So just want to put it out there, man. If any of y'all watching or listening to us live might like to call in to the show, say hi, wish us a happy new year. We'd love to hear from you. There's the number to call. And if you're not watching, you're just listening, you can call us live on the air at 407 924 3946. That telephone number again is 407 924 3946. Also, just a friendly reminder, we have a live chat room. And in that chat room, there's a link you can click on, depending on, it doesn't matter what platform you're watching on. We got links in there for Facebook, for YouTube, for LinkedIn, for all the different platforms we're on. And you just click on the link, and that sends the notification to Dean that you'd like to join us live on camera, and we can put you on camera. Uh, or if you're not comfortable on camera, no problem. You can just talk to us where we just hear your voice. So, anyway, just want to put that out there and welcome anybody who may be watching or listening to us live still. That you can join the Dare Me podcast that way as well. So, I thought we'd go ahead and bring Elmo on, Dean. You want to bring Elmo on? Let's talk about this for a second. The Muppets from Sesame Street, and they call it Sesame Workshop because they have different, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? In addition to Sesame Street, they also have this show, Sesame Workshop. And here you can see, I pulled this story from NPR. And they did a focus on them on the show, All Things Considered. The Muppets from Sesame Workshop help explain opioid addiction to young children. How cool is that, man? I mean, I just got to tell you, I think what they do at Sesame Street and with the Muppets and all that is just amazing, man. And let's face it, they just do amazing work. And, Dean, do you remember Sesame Street from when you were a kid? Did you watch the show when you were younger?
Well, yeah, it's been yeah, I did watch it. Yeah,
Yeah, of course.
PBS. That was the
Yeah.
fourth network.
Yeah, the fourth network, PBS. I mean, who didn't watch Sesame Street or the Muppets at some point in time? So,
Hmm.
anyway, with all that said, I mean, I think now here's a prime example, y'all, of just how widespread, if that's a good word for it, this whole opioid crisis has gotten. This ain't no flash in the pan drug problem or crisis, y'all. It's so bad. And like we often say on this podcast, if you think the opioid crisis is getting better or even just staying the same, you are badly mistaken. Unfortunately, as we're going to talk about more when we get to some news stories later, it just keeps getting worse. There's things that are being done, which we'll talk about as well in the news, to try to get a grip on this whole thing. But it's been going on for years, man. It's ruined so many families, so many lives, taken so many people out, as we all know. I don't, like I've said on here many times, I don't know one family who hasn't been affected by this whole opioid crisis, including yours truly. And so, anyways, y'all, yeah, it's gotten so bad to the point that now Sesame Street, the Muppets, are doing special editions of the show to help kids get through and to understand when their parents get strung out on opiates and develop an opiate addiction, and it starts to destroy their family. And we have a video we're going to show now. Do you have that video on standby, Dean?
Let's see.
It's the Elmo video of Sesame Street, and it's about, I think it's about 5 minutes,
2 minutes.
maybe even how long?
Less than 2 minutes. Just under two.
No,
Says
really? I thought it
Elmo
was
and
longer.
opioids, 1 minute 46 seconds.
Oh, for some reason I thought it was longer than that. I don't know. Well, in any case,
It's
let's
all
play
loaded
it,
up.
yo. We promoted in a lot of promos for the show this week that we were going to have an appearance from that boy Elmo the Muppet from Sesame Street, and we are going to do that right now on the Dare Me podcast. Let's give a look and a listen to Elmo.
You played Monster Ball terrific today, son. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, Daddy. Elmo had a lot of fun with Carly today.
Oh,
Well, she's a great friend.
yeah, she sure is.
Elmo knows that Carly's mommy was away for a while, but now she's back. But Carly's mommy looks and acts different than she did before.
Yeah, Carly's mommy seems much healthier since she's been back.
How come Carly's mommy had to go away?
Well, son, Carly's mommy has a kind of sickness, and she had to get some help.
Sickness? Like when Elmo has the sniffles?
Oh, no, it's not that kind of sickness. Carly's mommy has a disease called addiction. Addiction makes people feel like they need a grown-up drink called alcohol or another kind of drug to feel okay. That can make a person act strange in ways they can't control.
But why doesn't she just stop?
Oh, it's not something you can just stop doing, not without help from the right grown-ups.
Daddy? Will Carly's mommy get better?
Well, she's working hard on it. She's taking good care of her body and mind so she can stay healthy and make good choices.
Oh, good. Elmo's really happy for her.
Oh, me too, son.
Yeah.
Now, you want to show me how you bounce that monster ball?
Wow. How cool is that, y'all? Sesame Street does a feature on helping kids to get through and understand when their parents are struggling with the opioid addiction. How cool is that? Wasn't that awesome, Dean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just dug it, man.
I want to
And
rewrite the script though, and instead of the older Muppet saying all that stuff, I want to plug in some of your script from describing opioids.
yeah,
Be a hell of a lot more graphic than that.
yeah, we get a little more graphic than that on this
Get a
show.
lot more graphic
In
than
fact, since you mention it, man, I know you work hard, Dean, on putting those reels together that we put out there to promote the show, which are these short clips, from different shows, micro content, if you will. And you put that one together of me, talking about an opiate, it's an opiate, it's an opiate, and alcohol is alcohol is alcohol. And I got a little graphic, so I reposted that one. We always have them out there on the YouTube channel, but I put it out there on my personal Facebook. I put it on X. I put it on my threads. I put it on my TikTok. And man, I got a lot of people looking at that one and got pretty graphic, but as I said in the little description for the post was, hey man, sometimes we be getting real here on the Dare Me podcast, and sorry not sorry. I say it like it is. I don't sugarcoat that shit. Because I do get fired up about it, as I said in that reel, because that shit almost killed me and did kill other people I knew in my life who are no longer with us, because they got hooked and addicted to them opiates and booze as well. God, man, we were talking earlier about MAT, medication assisted treatment, how there's a lot of medications out there now, that can help people get through withdrawal symptoms. And then, if they choose to, they can even wean down off of those meds. We were talking about that young guy, Chris, earlier on the show, who's using medication assisted treatment and weaning down off of it. There's people that I knew in my life who are no longer with us that got hooked on the booze. And God, I wish they could have switched from that horrible drug, because it is a drug, to something else that they could have weaned down on. And hey, man, no judgment to people who aren't an addict or aren't an alcoholic, who like to have some drinks every now and then, and it doesn't take them to their knees. They can drink without going till the wheels fall off, like those of us who have this sickness do. Shout out to you, man. More power to you. No judgment here. I wish I could still party and drink that way. Them days are long gone for guys like me and girls like me. You know what I mean? It just, you reach a point with that shit where if you keep doing it on a regular basis, you cross this thin line where there's no going back. It's like you either get loaded and stay loaded to whatever extent or what level on a daily basis, or nothing at all. There's no more in between once you step over that thin line. And so, God, thank God I don't have to live that way anymore. But yeah, man, Dean, I appreciate what you're saying. Yeah, we don't sugarcoat it on the Dare Me podcast, but you gotta do it that way for small children, and I thought they did a very good job on Sesame Street. With that. So, okay, y'all, we're going to shift gears. I got to talk about this a little bit. Uh, just because I didn't get to talk about this earlier because we had some other stuff we wanted to and had to get to. But oh my God, for all my sports fans out there and any Detroit Lions fans, I know we have friends of the podcast that watch from up in Detroit City, my original hometown, where I lived for the first, 30 years of my life, man. Still have lots of family and lots of friends there. We talk about all the time on the podcast and have had guests on the show from there. Well, the Detroit Lions football team is on fire this year. They are a great team, man, and they are definitely going to the playoffs. And they played a football game yesterday that oh my God, man, they played against the Dallas Cowboys in Dallas, and this was a promo leading up to the game. And man, if you know, they got robbed. They literally got robbed. They won that football game. No question at all whatsoever in the world, to infinity and beyond, plus one. They won the football game. They didn't get the W for it, though, because of the fucking NFL refs. Pardon my French. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, I said it, man. So let's talk about it for a minute. I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant. Here is a photo. You knew I had to talk about this if you follow me on social media, because I see we still got people watching and listening, man. Happy New Year, y'all. Yeah, I'm going to go on a little rant, man. So the Detroit Lions have this player, Decker. He's a blocker. And in order to be eligible to receive the ball, if you know the rules of football, he has to report to the ref. And Decker in this photo clearly is talking to the ref. He's number 68 there. You see him in the middle. You can see the fucking ref is looking right at him. You can't see his face because the photo's a little blurry, but you can clearly see there's some communication going on there. And he's close enough where he absolutely could hear the guy. And he ended up catching a pass from the Lions quarterback, Jeff Goff. and scored a touchdown that would have won the football game for the Lions. And this ref here declared him as an ineligible receiver because they said he didn't report. So people captured this photo from video while this was all transpiring, and somebody posted this, and I couldn't resist pulling it. Decker was probably asking the ref for a good dinner spot after the game, definitely not reporting. Oh my God. I swear to God, man, I know people who literally were losing their mind over this, including yours truly. I'm not kidding y'all, had to get up and leave the house and go walk it off. I was so upset over this call, and it's out of control. And this ref, by the way, and the team that he's with in this game, they just blew a bunch of calls with a recent game with Green Bay and Kansas City too, where they were called out on ESPN for these horrible, horrible calls and missed calls. By the way, there was a missed call in that game where it was clearly pass interference call that should have been called that would have favored the Lions, and they blew it. They missed that too. So, yeah, man, anybody who watched that game, anybody who knows anything about football or is a fan knows that the refs fucking blew that one, man. But the good news is the Lions are still in the playoff hunt and won their division, as we talked about on the podcast last week. They won their division for the first time in 30 years. The Lions won their division. And now that they didn't get the W yesterday, they won the game, but they didn't get the W. These are the latest odds that the sports betting sports books are putting out there to win the Super Bowl. Baltimore definitely got a hell of a team, man. No question about it. They are probably the one to beat, and they are getting the highest percentage, 27%. Now, San Fran, I don't know, man. They just lost the game, so I don't know if they'd be number two at 19%. But hey, man, they're a good team. But like they say, man, in the NFL, on any given Sunday, then of course you got the Dolphins there and the Eagles at 10%, KC at 7%, and then you see Dallas, Buffalo, and Detroit at 6%. So, I don't really gamble anymore, but if I was a betting man, I'd still maybe think about going with the Lions because they did win that game yesterday. They won. They beat Dallas in their own backyard in Dallas, and the refs just didn't give them the W, but they won the game. And for anybody that knows, you know. So, anyways, y'all, I couldn't resist talking a little bit about that. So let's see. With all that said, y'all, let's kind of transition, I guess, from talking about sports into fitness. We like talking on this show about exercise. It's one of the things that's been intricate part of me and my recovery, getting off them damn pills and all that bullshit. And here's a little funny caption or meme or whatever you want to call it that I found on the internet scrolling social media. And this is kind of funny, man. Here's this person, with all respect, strung out on fast food, got the hamburger there, whatever that is, Big Mac, Whopper, whatever, drinking a bottle of sugar water, Coca-Cola, got the Prozac, all the other shit, sitting in the chair, not doing any exercise or whatever. And then meanwhile, you got this fit looking young person who clearly is holding a pot plant, and this person who's all strung out and OD'd on fast food and all the other shit calls him a fucking drug addict. So we talked a little bit earlier on this show, y'all, about medication assisted treatment for people going through struggles with addiction. And as I've talked about, even with myself, y'all, when I was getting off the opiates after a 9-year addiction to opioid pain medication and all the other shit I was doing along the way. I can't believe it, man. When I think about it, I even picked a bottle up again, trying to get through them withdrawals, thinking I could substitute that, to help take the edge off of getting through the withdrawals. And then that snowballed out of control. And then I had two fucking problems and addictions, man. And fucking the point. Oh, I see we got somebody jumping in the chat. Hang on, Mark, we're gonna bring you on in 1 second, man. Yeah, so anyway, the point I'm making is I used pot to help me get through the opiate withdrawals, and it was like a godsend. But we'll talk more about that in a little bit, y'all. Right now, Dean, I see we have a friend that we're going to bring on the Dare Me podcast. It's my old friend, Mark. Happy New Year, bro. Oh, we're not hearing his audio, Dean.
I don't have any control over Mark's audio. If Mark, can you hear us?
Mark,
stick your thumb up in the air if you can hear us. Mark, can you
hear us, Mark?
Do you hear us? Do you hear us? No? I don't think he can hear us.
Can't hear you, bro.
Yeah.
You got to do something to turn your mic on. Yeah, we can't hear you, bro. We can't hear you. He hears us, but it looks like we can't hear.
Mark, usually you have to go into your settings and pick your audio source, your input source and your output source, your microphone source. So if you go to your audio settings, the settings tab on the bottom, and it says camera, we see your audio, but you have to hit the microphone and then click on settings, and hopefully something can turn on from that point. Doesn't think we're going to get this right. Mark, if you could, I don't know, are you on your phone, Mark? Give me a thumbs up if you're on your phone. No? Okay. So you could always try your phone. If you have a smartphone and you want the link, you could always attempt to do that. Sometimes,
or at the very least, Mark, we'd love to have you on camera, but if you want to just call the telephone number, we'll bring you on over the phone where we can at least talk to you. There's the telephone number. If you want to just call in, I mean, I'd love to have you on live on camera on the show, but for some reason we're not hearing you. We just can't hear your audio. So yeah, there's a setting of some sort that you would need to go to be able to talk to us.
What's he going? He's going to try the phone now. Okay. Let me. I need to get my phone right for him.
Hey, I just got that video. G, shout out Debbie, G and Awana. Happy New Year to y'all. Thanks for watching, man. And hey, Deb, there's that boy Mark. How about that? Haven't seen him in a while, eh? Hey, Mark, Debbie's watching in Miami right now, so she can see you. I just wish we could hear you. I don't know what the problem is, but hey, y'all, as we always say on the Dare Me podcast, anything can happen live, and it does.
Tonight,
and yeah, man,
let's see.
Always go back.
This is probably him.
Okay, it sounds like Mark is calling in on the telephone.
Hey, Mark, you with us?
I'm with you.
There you go.
And it looks like it's in real time. I thought there might be a delay of seeing him on the screen and his audio, but it's in real time. Hey, Happy New Year, Mark. Thanks for joining us on the Dare Me podcast, bro.
Hold on, Glenn. Hey,
Absolutely.
Mark, can you turn your speaker on your computer off and just listen to your phone?
I just did it.
Okay, that sounds great. Awesome. Thank you.
Can I hear
Great.
Glenn?
Now we won't have feedback. Okay. Mark, it is number one, it's so great to see you. It's been way too long, my brother, and it's great to hear your voice. I want to do a brief introduction, if I may, Mark. Mark is an old friend of mine who I've known for over, God, 31, 32 years. And one of the
Yep.
very first people I met in recovery when I moved to Orlando back in the old Young and Free dances days, Mark. And,
Yeah,
bro, I
man.
got to share
Yeah.
this, and then I want to hear from you. Every now and then in my music feed, an old tune will come up called Residential Area by Praga Khan. Do you remember we used to blast
I
that
do.
tune? This should be played at high volume, preferably in
Hmm.
a residential area. Whenever I hear that, I always think of you, man. So, hey, I'm so glad to see
Yeah.
you, bro. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, I enjoyed that song. I used to play that in my Jeep as loud as I could, and then I'd come up to the either the club or sometimes at the dances that we had and have you play that. That was my favorite song back then. So I lived
Yeah.
on that.
Well,
Yeah, it
happy
was good.
New Year, Mark. How's life been treating you, man? How's it going in your end of the world?
Well, on my end of the world, I spent a week in the hospital. So I had some, I had what they call a pleural infusion, and they're going to drain out the fluid.
Mm.
Along with, I have cancer, and I've, been treated. I've
Oh,
been getting treated for cancer for the last 2 years. I quit on April, and now it's kind of looking like it's metastasized. But I don't know that yet. I mean, while I was in there, they did a biopsy, and the results are still out on that yet. So, I'm just hoping and, being optimistic. And, hey,
well,
I
bro.
appreciate all the prayers. I really do. But
Yeah,
these
sending
people,
positive vibes your way for sure, man.
these people have been very, very good to me, at the hospital and the treatments and everything. They're super. I mean, they're just super, especially the staff. I mean, everybody takes good care of you. I have no complaints at all, and they've up to this point saved my life, But the thing about
Yeah,
it is we all know what our birth date is, right? And we all know what day. I mean, we know someday we're going to check out, and God knows that day, and that's up to
yeah,
Him. I may not die of cancer. I could pass away from something totally different, and I'm not going to worry about it because I'll be wasting my time that I do have. So, that's kind of how it is. I went 2 years of chemotherapy. I came out of it, and I'm, here I am. I'm fine,
yeah,
So in actuality, we got to be positive because, God does work miracles, and that's how I feel about it. He'll take care of it, where it needs to be taken care of. And when time's up, time's up, and that's just how it goes. But
yeah,
anyway, being sober and being clean is probably my biggest aim every day. I mean, I love it. I love being clean and sober. The best days and years of my life were sober. My story's a lot like yours, Glenn. I went through the hospital. I had kidney stones. I got out. I was 4 days in the hospital on morphine, and when I got out, the first thing that the doctor did was give me painkillers, and he gave me a painkiller which was my drug of choice back in the day when I was really using, which are called Dilaudid, and he gave me
right.
40 of them. And I'll tell you, the addict kicked in me, and I was like, I ain't telling nobody I got them. I mean, and I used them, and I
Yeah.
didn't use them correctly. My problem is I have dyslexia.
Mm,
If it says take one every 4 hours, I take four every 1 hour, and
right.
that's how I roll.
Yep.
Part of Mark's problem, is I don't ask for help getting out of the hospital. But when I run out of the stash and I run out of the drugs and I can't get it anymore, I'm asking for help. Help me get clean, and
Yep.
and I could have avoided all of that. I could have avoided the whole thing if I'd have just spoke up when I got them and said, "Look, I can't have them. I need to
Yep.
find another way."
Same
So we
with
need to
me.
ask for help. Asking for help is one of Mark's biggest problems. When I get into that rut, when I get into that, I didn't get clean right after those kidney stones, and then later I had open heart surgery. I had a triple bypass. And
Mm,
again, I didn't
mm,
ask for help, you know. So I had a
yep.
problem not asking for help. And then finally, I got the cancer thing. And of course, every time I'd get a treatment, I lost all my hair, and I'd drive to the liquor store after I'd do a treatment. First thing I'd
Mm,
do, I'd get in the left lane on Loma Avenue, and I'd hit the liquor store, and then I'd get home, and I wouldn't have to go anywhere. So I did all my
yep.
drinking at home. Didn't go
Yeah.
anywhere. And I had some medications that I could take that would get me loaded,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so I stayed that way, and I stayed alone, and pretty much thought I was done. I
Yeah.
thought it was, was over. Just drink as
The
much as you can and
isolation
let it go.
sets in. Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty bad, pretty rough, and I didn't think I'd ever get clean and sober again. And at some points I didn't want to. I mean, I pretty much used it all up.
So, how
So
much
anyway,
time,
so
Mark, if you don't mind me asking, since you're being so open and honest, in which we can't thank you enough telling your story, bro, how much time do you have now?
I have 1 year, 5 months, and 29 days.
Fuck
And I got
yeah,
that.
bro. I love it,
Everything
man.
is an app. Everything is an app. You put your sobriety date in this app, and it tells you how many years, months, and days you have.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
I'm from the old school. I used to be like, oh, I got somewhere like a year and a half. But
Yes.
now I actually looked before I got on your show here, because I want to know if I get asked. Because one of the things I don't like to do is tell somebody I got a year and 6 months,
Yeah.
because that
Yeah.
would be wrong. I don't have a year and 6 months. I want to be honest with it. And the thing
Oh,
about
I
it is,
get it, bro.
is I could say like, oh well, on Tuesday I'll have a year and 6 months. I can't
Right.
say that because I might not make it to Tuesday. And my
Yeah.
first sponsor would say, God willing, you'll have a year and 6 months on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he says, but you ain't got that yet. So don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Go do something else.
Well, you know what?
So,
That's a good point. But I also think, because as you and I both know, Mark, we've been around the block in the program. This ain't our first
mhm,
rodeo, as we both
yeah,
know. There is that old saying that the person with the most clean time or the most sobriety is the person who got up earliest today, because all we have is today. There's that old saying, one day at a time, just for today. And I get that. We got to stay in the moment, in the present, not live in the past, not live in the future, not project, just kind of stay in the present. And I get that. I'll also say that I think it is a big part of recovery when we celebrate milestones. And it is also an inspiration to people who are still struggling and thinking about pulling themselves out of that and trying to start living clean and sober when they hear how long people have been living clean and sober, like what we just talked about. So I can't thank you enough
yeah,
for sharing with us, bro, how
yeah,
long
yeah,
that you've been clean now, especially having gone through some of the struggles and health challenges that you shared with us, bro. So thank you for doing that.
yeah, yeah. So,
Yeah.
the thing about it is, I can't go back and get my old recovery back. And I would talk to people in meetings or after or during the meeting and say, well, if I got this new job, I had to have health insurance and, this and that, and all these things led up. I wasn't going to meetings. I wasn't helping other people, which is partly true. But,
Yep.
I said that I finally went to the meetings and I asked for help. I went to an AA meeting where I don't know anybody in there. And I went, guys, I need help.
Yep.
What I should have done with the doctors before I ever left, I should have asked, I need help. And I
Yeah.
don't do that. And my therapist actually pointed that out to me, that I don't do that. I don't get help. I don't get structure. I don't get people to support me as I'm going through it. And this is very important. So this time I was in the hospital this week or so ago, one person came up and visited me, and I was like, wow, someone visited me. I was like, because I reached out and I told people that I'm there.
Yeah.
And when you reach out and you're posting it and you're saying I'm in the hospital and stuff like that, that I don't want people to feel sorry for me, but I want the
Yeah.
support. So when I get out, if I have to take something, I can be honest with them and say, hey, I need to take this, I need to take that. My
That's
last trip in this last week, I didn't have to take anything. I went down and had a biopsy done in my armpit, which was done on a local. They used lanacane, so I'm not under any narcotics. When I checked out, I didn't get checked out with any narcotics. I don't have any prescriptions for it. And thank goodness, because I don't want to be on that shit.
yeah.
If they'd
Yeah.
approached me with it, I would have been going, why? Because when we go in there, we're actually our own advocate. No one can
Mm,
tell us what we can and cannot do. They can't tell us to leave. We can actually sign papers to say, no, I'm staying until this procedure is taken care of. So
right.
there's a lot of things you can do that we don't realize we can do. So, we go in and we think, oh, we just got to get pushed around. And they're not like that. They really want you to get the treatment that you deserve. So I really like that about the treatment that I got, and realizing now that I have to be the advocate, that I have to speak
Yeah.
up for what I do and what I don't. So anyway,
Yes.
yeah,
Well,
I had some long stretches with you through the old young and free days. I mean,
yeah.
those were there's nothing like that ever anymore. I mean, they were a lot
Well,
of fun. So
yeah, and if I may, Mark, I just want to interject a couple quick things. First of all, yes, I totally get where you're coming from, bro. This sickness that we have, for those of us that are real ones that struggle with addiction, alcohol, whatever you want to call it, it's one of those sicknesses that makes you think and tell yourself you don't have it. You try to keep it on the DL
yeah,
and hush hush, and all that shit. So
yeah,
yeah, man, props to you for being open and honest. And I like what you said, man. You're not looking for sympathy. You don't want, people to feel sorry for you, what you're going through. Same like with me doing this podcast, bro. That's not my intention at all. My intention, as you know, and because you and I, as you know, have had conversations leading up to you being on tonight, is that I hope anything we do with this show could help even one person, and we know we have. So bro, you telling your story on this show and being so open and honest with us is helping people and making a difference. So the other thing I wanted to ask you, you brought up the old young and free days, and I see we still got a bunch of people watching and listening to the show live. And I happen to know that one of the people watching is an old friend that you'll remember. My son G's mom, Debbie, is watching us live. And she just texted me and said, you got to ask Mark how his daughter Leslie's doing. And of course, I want to know too, how's your beautiful daughter Leslie doing, Mark?
well, Glenn, you probably brought some of the biggest parties for her on her birthday, because tonight is her birthday. The New Year's
Oh,
Eve was
wow,
her
that's
birthday,
right. Oh
and
my God, I
all
completely
the
forgot.
dances that we had were her birthday party for me. And you guys helped me make it for her, because all I had to do was get a few gifts, take her to the party, got a host of 300 people, a big DJ going on, and the music just blaring and just dancing and having a good time. And all I had to
Yeah.
do is give her a couple gifts. And I'll tell you what a blast. I mean, we had so much fun. And
Oh
I mean, for her
man.
to grow up in that, it was just huge. So
Wow,
yeah, she's
bro, I had forgotten her birthday was New Year's. I forgot. You just
yeah,
reminded me
yeah,
of that. And thank you for saying all that, bro, because we did have some hell of a parties, didn't we, man? Clean and
yeah. Those
sober,
were we had our regular dances and they were fun, but when we had the alkathon, it was big. I mean, you could
Yeah.
not anticipate how many people were coming through. Some people would stay all night, some people would come and go. So through
Yep.
the night, you probably had 1,000 people or more that came through that church hall. And it was
Yeah.
huge, and it's just so much fun. I mentioned it to people around here some from time to time. Some people remember it, and some
Yeah.
people don't even know about it. And but
Yep.
it was the thing to do on New Year's Eve, and I really
Oh
enjoyed being
yeah,
part of that.
absolutely. And you know what was
Yeah,
so cool about it, man, is for those in the recovery community, when we talk about you got, different 12-step groups. You got NA, you got AA. Now there's other ones out there, OA, CA, all these different groups. And sometimes there's these little friendly, I don't know if competition's the right word, but divisions, but everybody came together at those dances, and there was none of that. We all just came together, supporting each other, living clean and sober together, and having a ball. Oh my God, did
oh
we have
yeah,
fun. Hundreds of people, man. Hundreds.
yeah. Sometimes I mention this to people that are new and around here, like my club that I go to. They have a little get together, Christmas,
Yep, yep.
well, New Year's, and some of the holidays like Halloween and Fourth of July. They try to have a little event going, and I try to encourage them, that you can make this as big as you want to, and you do the right thing and have the right type of committees, because it's definitely a we thing, not a me thing. It took a
Yep.
lot of people to do those young and frees. Ken Boucher, Tom, You know, a lot
Yes.
of
Oh
people,
my God.
it
There's
took
some
a lot
names
of
I haven't
people.
heard in a while.
Yeah. So I'm hoping to get together with them, if not on a podcast, but something I did mention something to Ken the other day. I messaged him and he responded. So we might get together and have a little talk. And I thought about including you, giving you a
Yes.
call and say, hey, we'll get you on the phone, man. We're gonna have a little chit chat or something, But that would be
Yeah.
fun.
Oh my
Thank you,
God. I'd
Debbie,
love it.
for asking about Les. She's 40 now. I got two
Wow.
grandkids. My grandkids are my
Wow.
granddaughter's I think 16 and my grandson is 12, and they're
Wow.
smarter than I'll ever be. I mean, they're just brains. I mean, they're all
Oh,
brains. Um, my granddaughter went to summer college. She got a scholarship and she graduated the 10th grade with a 4.3 or 4.2 or something like that. So
right.
anyway, she's up there, yeah, for a kid. I mean, she's got me beat. So I
How
just sit
cool
here
is
and
that? Mark, I got to ask you a question. I'm just curious. Didn't Leslie live in Hawaii for a while?
actually quite a while. She moved out there with her husband is from Hawaii, but he was Air
Right.
Force. And then she was a flight attendant for AirTran, and she was flying back and forth
Oh,
from Atlanta to AirTran.
what a
Yeah,
coincidence.
yeah.
My
So
my
she was
son
flying back
G's
and forth.
wife, Awana, was a flight attendant for British Airways for many years. What a coincidence. So,
Yeah.
what part of Hawaii did they live in?
I think it's the main island, I guess, or it's the island with Waikiki Beach. I'm not
Well,
sure.
if he was military, it very well may have been Honolulu or what have you. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So he finished his term anyway. They got hit by Katrina when they were in Biloxi.
Oh,
That's what I was
right.
going to say. My daughter was using her flights to go visit her fiance, and then finally
Mm,
they got hit by Katrina. So he had time off. He flew to Hawaii and got married. They lived out there 5 or something years, and finally I was at a meeting one time, and I got out of the meeting, went to lunch, and I was at lunch with some girls and guys, and I mentioned my daughter, and
yeah,
this is
yeah.
weird how we work sometimes. Our thinking always doesn't work right. And I'm
Life's
sitting there
crazy,
talking
isn't
about
it?
my daughter, and then you know on my way to my apartment, I lived in South Haven, Mississippi then, and I was driving
Hmm.
to my apartment. I go, what the hell are you waiting on? And I got honest with myself. That's the whole thing about getting honest. It's okay to be
Yeah,
honest
yeah.
with people around me,
Yeah,
but being honest with myself. And I was like, I got the money, I got the time, what are you waiting on? So I walked right up
right.
into my apartment, got right on the computer, and started booking flights. Next morning, I started taking my time off. So I'm going to Hawaii for 2 weeks, and I went to Hawaii for 2 weeks and went and met my granddaughter. So, that's the kind of things we need to do. I was waiting on someone else to validate it's okay to go see your daughter. When I really don't need that, I can actually go, you know what? I need to go see my daughter,
Yeah.
So, and take the stand and do what you got to do. And I had a great
Wow.
time. I went out there, visited. I didn't hang on them too much. You know how grandparents can be.
Hmm.
So yeah, I
Hmm.
went to North Shore. I went to the crater. You know, I'm, it's okay.
What?
I mean, I came from Okinawa, so looking at
Yeah,
Hawaii
that's
is like,
right. I
yeah, it's okay.
remember.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
but anyway, it was
Well,
fun,
hey,
and I did those things.
that is so awesome, bro. I really appreciate you sharing that, Mark. We have, not to compare apples to oranges, but a little bit of a parallel there. As you know, I live in Sacramento now. I've been here, coming up on, not too far down the road, a year and a half. And I came out here kind of like just the way you described it, to be near my daughter and her husband. We don't get to see each other all the time. They both got their lives. They're grown, 30 somethings, and they got full-time jobs and a whole house and dog and their own friends and their life. I'll also say, as you know, bro, there's no substitute for being close to someone. So you can just randomly spur the moment, hey, get together for a quick dinner, or, hey, I'm in the area, thought I'd stop by, say, hey, whatever. And so, like you just described, bro, I said to myself, hey, man, I want to do this. And man, I'm just so grateful that I did. So I totally get what you're saying, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
sometimes you just got to take the lead and do what you got to do, and
yeah,
now they've moved around again. They moved from Hawaii back to Florida. They lived here for a while, and they forgot what. But anyway, I was in Mississippi, so then they finally bought a house, and then I left my job and came down here to be closer, and then they
yep,
moved to Virginia, you know, and
yeah.
now they're in Missouri.
Well,
I haven't got the energy to chase them anymore. So they know where Dad
yeah.
is. They know where Papa is. They can come see me if they need me. I've been here
You
for a
hear
long
that,
time.
G? Yeah, yeah. G and Awana, y'all. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. I just got back from a trip to Florida and went to Miami to visit, G and Awana, and yeah, man. I
Yeah,
mean, I'm grateful. I still have the energy and the health and the resources to be able to do it. But yeah, man, that day is gonna come for me too. I'm sure, Mark, where it's like, hey, I miss y'all, but y'all need to pull up and see me. You know what I mean? So, but. Hey, anyways, man, long answer to a short question, but Debbie, if you're still watching, thanks for asking that question about how Les is
yeah,
doing,
for
and
sure.
please send our love and well wishes the next time that you talk to her, Mark. I appreciate
Yeah,
you,
absolutely.
filling us in and keeping us posted, man. And I'm just so grateful to hear that you're doing well, man, and staying clean and sober. And I can't thank you enough for sharing your story with us
Yeah,
live here on the
absolutely.
podcast because, like I said, man, what I said is true, Mark. It's an inspiration. And as you and I both know, you just never know when you're planting the seed for someone who might hear something one of us might have to say that could be that motivator to help them, start getting, living, and staying clean. And by the way, I just got a message from Debbie, and she says, please send Mark my love. So there you go. She
Thank
is
you,
still
Debbie.
watching
Thank you
us
very
live.
much.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. Your show's already inspired me. I think you had like Ron Wood on from Rolling Stones. Isn't that was it Ron Wood or who
We had
who was it?
Ron Wood. We had a message from Ronnie Wood. We had
Yeah,
um, we had Anthony Hopkins on earlier tonight. Dean, do you have that video handy? Let's just show that real quick in case in case you missed this earlier. Hannibal
yeah,
Lecter himself, Anthony
nice.
Hopkins, just celebrated 48 years clean and sober, and
Wow,
he did a
that's
shout
amazing.
out New Year's Eve message. So, Dean, let's go ahead and play that so Mark can see and hear
Hello
this.
there. Happy New Year to you all you revelers and drinkers and all having fun. Wonderful. Happy New Year. Have a great time. If you get a hangover, remember me. I don't get them anymore because 48 years ago today, I stopped. I got help for it and my life changed. I don't envy you having fun out there, but if you need help, day at a time, life is in session. Go for it.
Go for it. And just like you said earlier, Mark, sometimes, like Anthony Hopkins just said, you got to reach out for help, man. Don't let that sickness trick you into thinking that you don't have to, reach out. And so, man, what an inspirational message from him, eh? Isn't that cool?
Yeah, you want to hear another quote from him?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Another quote from him is, "Today is the tomorrow you worried about yesterday," and that's from Anthony
Wow.
Hopkins as well. He's
Yeah.
been in Orlando and he's been to our club, so I wasn't
Yeah.
there, but he has spoken here, so I know about him and I know that he's definitely in the recovery thing big time.
Yes,
So
he
it's
is
always
a
good to have them share and do their thing.
very
And
outspoken and recovery advocate. And since you shared one of his other messages, I'll share another one from him that has helped me so much, Mark, on a spiritual level. Because as you
okay,
and I know, the 12-step programs can freak some people out when they first start coming around and they hear the God word and, oh God, here now they're going to try to start saving me and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? Well,
yeah,
as part of the name for this show, Dare Me, we took all those letters in the name and put these hashtags together using each letter, and one of them we talk about enlightenment. And so, try not to scare people off with God or whatever. And always like to clarify that, as you know, Mark, 12-step programs are not religious. We like to say they're spiritual. And so, where I'm going with that is spirituality, enlightenment helps to bring peace to people. And so,
Right.
one of the messages that Anthony Hopkins has shared that helped me so much, where he talks about when it comes to spirituality, God, higher power, whatever you want to call it, he says, and we'll have to find that and show it sometimes. He said, believe, believe. Even when you don't believe. Even when you don't want to believe. And he swears by it. And you know what, Mark? That has helped me so much. And as people who go to meetings that I attend will attest to, that I often share, is I say, I choose to believe. Because for me, sometimes, man, it's hard for me. I've never said I'm an agnostic, or I mean an atheist. I just have never, because I just say, like, well, how do you know there's no God? Just like I question people who have very strong faith, not in an evil or negative way or whatever. I'm just one of them guys that intellectualizes shit all the time. Like, I got a buddy, Mark, this buddy of mine, Brian, we have some good, deep recovery conversations about spirituality and shit. And he'll say to me, Glenn, man, you cannot intellectualize this shit. Get out of your own way and let this spirituality thing happen for you. And so, where I'm going with that is sometimes when it comes to the whole God thing, I used to feel like I'd say, well, I believe and God has done this and happened. And I'd feel like a phony, because I didn't really feel it, And so the point I'm making is I've never been an atheist and said, but there's no God, because my attitude still is, who the fuck knows? Nobody knows for sure. People with strong faith who swear by it, hey man, no judgment here, more power to you. Do you? My mind and my thinking will still attempt to intellectualize it and say, well, maybe there's a God, maybe there ain't. Who knows? Nobody really knows for sure. So, yeah, I've always kind of been an agnostic with it. And so, anyway, where I'm going with all that is a lot of what Anthony Hopkins said, believe, even when you don't believe, has helped me so much, because what I say when it comes to spirituality, God, whatever you want to call it, now the way I've gotten around feeling like a phony, if you will, when I say I believe, is I say, I choose to believe. And I do. I choose to believe that there is what I like to call, and I heard this in meetings, I didn't come up with this, what I like to call the great creator. Someone who does want the best for me and for all people. You know what I mean? That helped pull me out of that madness of addiction I was living. So anyway, I didn't mean to go on and on about it, bro. But
No,
yeah,
you're
I think
perfectly fine.
there's a lot of
You're
us who
absolutely
have
right.
Anthony Hopkins stories out there, because he is a recovery
Yeah,
advocate and very outspoken. And man, what a great
yeah,
guy, eh?
yeah. Yeah, he definitely carries a message too, and that's important. You know. So anyway, when you had Ron Wood on there a few weeks ago, and I watched that episode about the new album and the songs and stuff like that of the new album, and then also that he had quit smoking. So I
Yes,
had the I
yes.
had the opportunity, being that I was in the hospital for 7 days, to not smoke cigarettes for 7 days. So
Wow.
what's really cool is that it kind of all came together, because when I was being dropped off in front of the hospital, my brother wasn't coming. I put my cigarettes in the glove box with my lighter, and I grabbed my crap that I'm carrying in there to go upstairs, and it was a whole fiasco. But that was a whole nother story. But as I
Yeah.
opened the door and I'm fixing to walk into the front door of this hospital, Advent Health,
Mhm.
my foot came out of the floorboard of the car, and before I stepped on the ground, I said, I stopped and I thought, something's happening here.
Mm.
This is going to be my first step without ever having a cigarette again. And I knew it.
Wow.
It kind of this thing came over me, and I was
Wow.
like, I was okay with it. And I was like, well, let's go inside. Let's see how we are. So I walked inside. I didn't have an urge. I don't have an aching for a cigarette. I mean, most of the time I couldn't sit around for an hour. I am a chronic smoker. I can
Yeah.
smoke 2 packs or more a day.
Right.
And I
Right.
walk in, I have no cravings. I'm like, I sit and I read my book and I start applying it kind of to my smoking and my
Hmm.
drinking.
Yeah.
And, I start applying these principles to that. And I'm relieved. I don't have, I mean, granted, I was putting patches on and then I was chewing some gum, because I have
Yep.
them. But,
Yep.
for the
Yep.
last 2 days, I'm 16 days without a cigarette. Longest I've ever gone
Wow,
since I was 9
man.
years old.
That is
So I haven't had a
awesome,
cigarette.
man. Well,
I don't have a, go
yeah.
ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say, you mentioned Ronnie Wood, but
Yeah,
that Ronnie Wood, y'all, we're talking about from the Rolling Stones. Well,
yeah,
I saw an interview not long ago, Mark, with Keith Richards, too, from the
yeah,
Stones, where he,
yeah,
as we know, his whole, persona was that cigarette dangling from his lip while he's playing the guitar and shit. He quit smoking. He hasn't smoked now, I think, in like a couple of years. And he said that it got to where, this is how he put it. He said his health, became an issue with the cigarettes. And it was like he
yeah,
was told, you gotta,
yeah,
you gotta, you know. And
yeah,
he said that, putting the cigarettes down at that point was easy for him. It was like, hey, you gotta. He said
yeah.
it was harder for him to put the booze down because he's living clean and sober
Oh
now
yeah,
too.
yeah,
Fucking Keith Richards,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
How
yeah.
cool is that? But he said it was
Maybe
harder
that's
for him
who I
to put the
saw.
bottle down than the cigarettes. When he was done with the cigarettes, that's it. He was done, you know. So
So
good
was it
for you,
was it
man.
Keith was it Keith Richards that you had on that introduced that
No, that
album
was
now,
Ron
or
Wood, but
that was Ron
Keith
Wood and
Richards,
he quit smoking?
I just saw. Yeah, he quit smoking too.
Huh.
Yep, yep,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
So it's all part of the addiction. It's all part of it.
yes,
It can be my sugar is shooting through the roof. Why? Because I have an addiction to. Well, I got some cheesecake cups here that I can be eating,
yeah, yeah.
I mean, every time I turn around, it's something else. So, but anyway, yeah, it's, I like coming on after the Muppets. That was perfect for me because, I mean, I am a Muppet, but what that story about, trying to explain to a child why they can't stop on, on their own, and why you can't just say no and walk away.
How
That
cool
doesn't
was
work.
that?
I need other people's help and direction.
Well, Mark,
We're
yeah,
go ahead.
I appreciate you sharing that, man. And yeah, how cool was that? That freaking the Muppet Sesame Street,
Yeah, that was
God,
cool.
man, recognized the importance of helping kids to understand when their parents are struggling with an addiction, whether it's opiates or anything else. I thought the thing was relevant, and I'm so glad to hear, bro, that you were watching
Yeah.
and listening live to the podcast when we did that. And we might show that again before we're done, y'all, because we are
Okay.
live. And by the way, if we have anybody in the Central Time Zone, we want to say Happy New Year to y'all too. We
Oh
have
yeah.
about an hour and 22 minutes until we celebrate 2024 here in California on the West Coast. So we're going to stay live with you for probably another couple hours, man. We got some other good content we'll be talking about. And Mark, I just can't thank you enough for calling in, man. I'd
Yeah.
love to have you on the show again as like a featured guest where we talk about recovery and all, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll leave with one thing if that's all right. I'm going to read out of my
Please.
book,
Yes, please do.
and this always hits me because I always like to read this. This is just another promise that's offered to us, and this
Yes.
is from our AA fellowship.
Yes, sir.
And it says life will take on a new meaning. To watch people recover and see them help others, to watch loneliness vanish, to see friendships grow up about you, to have a host of friends. This is an experience you must not miss. We know you will not want to miss it. Frequent contact with newcomers and with each other is the bright spot of our lives. And I gotta say, you've been a bright spot of my life for a very, very long time.
Oh,
Debbie too.
bro.
I mean, she dressed me up in a clown costume one time at one of those AA dances that you lived across the street from.
I
And
remember. That's one of my
and
God stories, bro, how we were led to that spot. But yeah, I love it, man. Thank you.
yeah, so she dressed me up in that clown outfit, and nobody knew who I was in the whole place. And I had the funnest time because nobody knew who I was, and I could just act any way I wanted to, you know. And there's a
Yeah.
lot of freedom in that. So
Yeah.
anyway, enough of that. But yeah, I like to bring that up at meetings that we should not miss this, because being part of this is probably the hugest thing you're ever going to do.
Well, you know
All
what,
your
Mark?
dreams are right here.
I love it. And you know what? Just shared at my home group I was at last night. I have this home group here in Sacramento. We meet at 10 o'clock every Thursday night and midnight on Fridays. The Leave the Drama at the Door group. We meet at the American River Alano Club every week, y'all. So if you're in Sacramento, be sure to come out and join us. But Mark, what we were talking about in that meeting just last night was in the 12-step programs, you pick it, AANA, whatever you want to call it. We truly are the greatest show on earth. Like you
You
just
got
said,
it.
man, don't you dare miss it, because
Yeah.
as an old friend of mine, bro, there's a guy named Creighton who I used to know and love up at that Living Sober meeting up in Apopka in the Metro Orlando area. Used to say, you go to a 12-step meeting, it is the best entertainment in town for just a buck any night of the week, man. And so,
Yeah.
what you
Yeah,
were
for
just
sure.
reading about, don't you dare miss it, is true, man. For anybody who may
Yeah.
be watching or come across this podcast, if you're looking to get out of it, man, there's a better life waiting for you right on the other side. So, Mark, thank you so much for sharing that, bro.
Thank you,
And
Glenn.
thank you for
Happy.
being on the show with us. And like I said, bro,
Yeah,
I really hope we have you back sometime. Happy New Year and God bless you and your
absolutely.
family, bro.
Thank you, Glenn. Happy New Year. Thank you,
All
Dean.
right. Thanks, man. Peace.
Happy New Year.
Have a good day. All right. Happy New Year.
How cool is that, Dean? We had our friend Mark on the Dare Me podcast live. And by the way, Dean, I got to mention to you as well, bro. I'm getting a bunch of messages from people live here on the air. And our friend Mike Woods, who was on with us earlier, sent a message and he said, "Hey, I love being on your podcast. You guys make me feel like a rock star," which you are, bro. If you see this, thank you so much. So, Dean, I wanted to share that with you. And in case you're, just jumping on with us now, y'all, and you missed earlier, we had live right here on the Dare Me podcast that rocker Mike Woods from Cult of the Storm, and he gave us an exclusive debut of a brand new song and video with us right here on the Dare Me podcast. So, yeah, man, we are live right now, y'all. It's New Year's Eve and all the things. We always go back after we're done with the live show and we edit it and kind of clean up on the front end, the back end, and pull different parts out. And I absolutely am going to do, an edited version of that whole interview with Mike and his music and the whole 9 yards. And we're going to do a YouTube premiere release of it and all. But yeah, man, shout out to Mike. Thank you so much for being on earlier, bro. And of course, shout out to our friend Mark, who was just on with us. And oh my God, sharing such an inspirational story. And so glad to hear that you're doing well, Mark, and living clean and sober. And thank you for being on the podcast with us. So, anyway, yeah, y'all, we are live and we're going to stay live with you. We committed to that. We rang in the new year live on the East Coast. We watched the ball drop in Times Square right here on the Dare Me podcast. We watched the new year coming in live from Magic Kingdom in Orlando and Epcot Center. And we want to send a happy new year to everybody in the central time zone who is now living in 2024. And we are just waiting patiently here on the West Coast in California. We have about an hour and 36 minutes to go. So, Dean, if you're anything like me, you are dying for a little break. I need one. I gotta go. So here's what I'm thinking. If you recall, I sent you a link to a news story. And yeah, man, it's all about the opioid crisis and what's going on over in the Tenderloin district in San
Yep, got it
Francisco.
right here.
And that news story is quite lengthy, which should give both of us time to take a potty break because I need one, bro. I've been sitting here drinking these energy drinks to keep me going on the show all night. So, yeah, y'all, we're going to transition right now into the opioid crisis news. We always like to take some time on the Dare Me podcast to talk about what's going on in the opioid crisis in the news. And we've talked at length about what's going on in San Francisco. And not to pick on San Francisco, I love San Francisco. Oh my God, what a beautiful, beautiful city with such a rich history. Everybody should go at least once. There's also some shit in the game in San Francisco right now, like there is in most major cities across the country. Like I said, not to pick on San Francisco, there's shit going on in every city across the country when it comes to this opioid crisis. Uh, I want to talk a little bit and watch this story about the Tenderloin in part because if you're a regular viewer and listener to our show, you may recall that I took a trip down to the Tenderloin and had a pretty freaky experience there. I know you remember, Dean. And
Oh yeah.
yeah, we'll talk about it more on the other side of this story. But let's go ahead and play this news story now that we pulled from, I believe it was KPIX. Is that what it was, Dean? TV station?
Yeah.
Yep,
It
and
was
they did a
KPIX.
in-depth report about the opioid crisis. So we're going to watch it now, y'all. And Dean and I will be back with you shortly, and we'll be ringing in the new year here on the West Coast real soon. But check
Yeah.
this out. Go
You
ahead.
got 4 minutes.
All right, cool.
All hands on deck. The feds putting their muscle behind the war on fentanyl in San Francisco. A full court press of top law enforcement officials laying out exactly how they're trying to make a noticeable difference in the deadly drug crisis playing out in places like the Tenderloin and Soma. The main goal to make dealers rethink the cost of selling drugs.
All hands on deck is designed to change the basic cost-benefit analysis. Today's message is simple. Selling fentanyl in the Tenderloin will result in your arrest and prosecution.
Some of the highlights of the strategy include prosecuting more low-level drug cases in federal court. Already 40 out of 70 people arrested in this operation have received federal charges. Officials also plan to randomly choose one day each week where federal prosecutors take on drug dealing cases that would otherwise be handled in San Francisco courts. And they want to fast-track prosecutions, so they're resolved in as little as 3 weeks as opposed to months. Jose Martinez has more on how this is going to work and shows us one neighborhood where they're actually seeing results.
It's a constant battle in many neighborhoods in San Francisco.
Push it out here.
But it's a nightmare for the manager of Pronto Pizzeria, located near Van Ness Avenue and Eddy Street near the Tenderloin. He's been managing this place for 20 years and has seen it all, from drug dealing to fights between homeless people.
Actually, a little bit improving in terms of there are less people doing drugs outside. There are less gathering of large group of people sleeping on the street. That's, as I said again, it's getting better a little bit, but we haven't seen a radical change that's sustainable. Yeah.
KPIX has learned just last month the FBI was involved in a sweep that neighbors say cleared a homeless encampment that was the center of drug activity. In its place, neighbors installed these planters to try to keep the sidewalks clear. And now, top federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies are promising an unprecedented crackdown on fentanyl dealers and suppliers. It's a new operation they're calling All Hands on Deck.
All the federal, state, and local partners here today This office is focusing on ground zero for fentanyl distribution, the Tenderloin.
Ishmael Ramsey, U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of California, is overseeing this operation with the support of the FBI, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and other federal agencies since August.
Already, in the last 4 months, we have brought federal charges against more than 30 defendants, and this week work will continue.
The community has said, loud and clear, that they are sick and tired of the death and destruction caused by this lawlessness. They want accountability.
Mayor London Breed celebrated the initiative. She says it's time to use all the tools available to fight against this epidemic.
This is a deadly drug of something that we have never experienced before. And what this means is, yes, treatment is necessary, compassion, support, programming, things that San Francisco has and is known for, but it also means accountability.
Back on Van Ness, pizza manager at Pontos is trying to remain hopeful.
Initiative that's contribute to cleaner street, safer street is always a positive step. That's a lack of a really radical approach that deals with the homelessness and mental illness.
The death toll from drugs this year highlights the need for action. 620 people died from an accidental overdose in San Francisco as of the end of September. It's on pace to surpass 2020, the city's deadliest year on record, with 720 deaths.
Wow. Pretty crazy, eh, y'all? Yeah, man. So that's kind of an update on what's going on in the Tenderloin. Now, let's take a look at it from another approach. Here's an article from the Chronicle in San Francisco that I pulled, and this is very recent. It says, San Francisco's drug markets has transformed. More violence, new dealers, and chaos at night. So the crackdown that they were alluding to in the video we just saw has resulted in this phenomenon, if you will, of the drug dealers all moving out from during the day, but they are out at night. And man, you know, this is a very in-depth story, by the way, y'all, that the Chronicle did, and they really put their lives on the line going out there and getting some of these pictures they did and interviews. And you can see in this picture right there, the caption, a woman smokes fentanyl after buying drugs on Turk Street in San Francisco. The open air drug market, once commonly seen during the day, has shifted to the nighttime, largely due to the law enforcement crackdowns. Now, before we showed that video, which thank you, Dean, I did need a break and I got it, so that was good. I'm good to go now till we wrap it up here soon, within the next couple hours. When I went to San Francisco to visit the Tenderloin District, y'all, I wanted to go see it firsthand. We had been talking about it on this podcast in great detail on several episodes about what was going on over there with what they call these open air drug markets. And much to the chagrin of some people I know that discouraged me from doing it, I went. And my plan was to walk through during the day on a Saturday afternoon. I was there for a show on a Friday night, and the show got out at about 11 o'clock, and I was wide awake, and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to go drive through tonight. And I did. And, you know, there's an episode of the daremepodcast called Back from the Dead. Yeah. And that was a little play on words because I was also over there for the final Grateful Dead shows, but I paid attention, I should have paid a little more attention, paid a visit to the Tenderloin District at right around midnight on a Friday night. And what you're seeing in this picture right here is pretty much what I saw too. Unfortunately, I made a pretty bad choice. I don't know what I was thinking. That's just the problem. I guess I wasn't thinking. And I was recording footage for this podcast while I was stopped at a traffic light, pretty much right in the heart of the Tenderloin, like what we're seeing in this picture and what we saw in the news story we just saw. They didn't like me recording. And I was so preoccupied with what I was doing and also narrating what I was recording that I wasn't paying attention. The people were shouting at me that I needed to quit recording them. The drug dealers did not like the fact that I was recording. And as the light turned green and I drove away, they threw a freaking rock at my car and busted out one of my windows. I had my driver's side on the left, window down. I mean, literally, that rock was that far from hit me in the side of the head. Could have literally knocked me out or worse. And had that happened, I'd have been like right there in the middle of the intersection, unconscious. And who knows what might have happened then with all the drug dealers and users and every other goddamn thing going on. Dean, you remember this, right? I mean, how could you forget, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was insane, man. And so, yeah, it was like I remember saying when we showed that video that I was on the fence about showing it because I felt humiliated and I still am embarrassed about it. I also felt like, you know what? I have no right to keep that to myself. Yeah, I made some bad choices. Like I said, I broke one of my own golden rules that at this point in my life, I like to say that I don't look for trouble no more. Trouble, it still seems to find me easy enough. When I was a younger man, it seemed like I used to look for trouble. I try not to look for trouble no more. It still seems to come my way from time to time, as it did in that situation. But that night, I literally was out looking for trouble. I had no business in the Tenderloin district. I'm a grown ass 60-year-old man. What the hell was I doing down there? I mean, I was trying to get some legit good footage for the podcast and bring it to y'all to say, hey, yeah, man, what we're talking about is legit. Here's what I saw and all that. But I did not use good judgment. First of all, changing my game plan. I had planned to go down there during the day on a Saturday afternoon, and I was going to be accompanied by a person that a friend of mine had referred me to over there. But I got out of this concert I went to on a Friday night, and I thought, yeah, you know what? Let me go drive through, and somehow ended up in the fucking heart of the Tenderloin at midnight ish on a Friday, where what you're seeing in this picture is exactly what was going on, and then fucking thought it was a good idea to record some shit. Oh my God, man, that was not a good choice, bro. And yeah, y'all, I'm lucky that I ain't fucking dead or at the very least got beat up or whatever else. Yeah, I was bummed and disappointed. My car window got broken out, but as I remember feeling like at the time, I was glad to get out of there with just a broken window. I had that thing fixed and replaced a couple days later for a couple $100, and if that's all it cost me for that stupid choice, I got off easy. So, anyways, y'all, didn't mean to go off on that tangent, but if you want to see that footage and that whole visit, I don't remember what number of episode it was, but if you go to the Dare Me Podcast YouTube channel, click on the videos tab, scroll down, you will see Back from the Dead. Dare Me Podcast was the name of it. And watch that show, man, and you'll see your old pal Glenn, God, putting his life on the line, for this podcast, to get some actual footage in the Tenderloin district. So yeah, man, it's a shame what's going on over there because I truly do love San Francisco. It's such a beautiful city. I've been there many, many times, even before I moved to California, and it's such a rich history. It truly is beautiful there. Not so much in some parts of town, and hopefully they'll be able to turn things around with what's going on in the Tenderloin. So anyway, let's talk a little bit more about it. In this article, about you know the tenderloin and what's going on over there, y'all. I'm trying to jump ahead. I'm looking here. What is this here? Okay, that's a different story. I thought I had more to this story because I wanted to talk about um, this here. We'll just go ahead and bring it up. What? And I'm not picking on the Hondurans, y'all. In the article that we just showed, there's an in-depth article on this, how they talk about and I'm pretty sure I sent you a link for it, Dean. That's what it was. That's why I'm not seeing it. I sent you a email link because I didn't. Yeah, and I wanted to put a link. That's what it was. A link in the live chat room to the article for anybody who may want to go and do a deep dive and read further into it. So again, it's a link to this headline article, Dean, and it was just such a in-depth article that I didn't want to keep doing all these screenshots of all the information in there. So I thought I'd just send you the link and see if we could post it in the chat room because it truly was an outstanding article, y'all. And not to show bias toward the San Francisco Chronicle or any other. We show all kinds of different media outlets on this program. You know, we ain't slanted to, you know, conservative, liberal publications or anything else. And oh, I see you got it in there, Dean. Thank you
Yep,
very
it's
much for
there.
putting that in there. Is there any way we can show that on the screen so we could scroll through it a little bit? Is that a possibility or no? If not, no worries.
Yeah, we can. I think we can try it one more
All right,
time.
let's
But
do that.
again, if it knocks me out, then
Yeah,
we
well,
have,
no worries. We'll give it a
so
try. And by the way, I want to say shout out and happy new year to the people in our viewing room. I see we still got people watching and listening to the podcast live. Happy new year to y'all. We're going to ring the new year in live here on the West Coast in California in about an hour and 19 minutes. But right now, we're doing a little opioid crisis news. And can I scroll that, Dean, or do you got to
no,
scroll?
I have to do it.
Yeah, no worries. So here's the article, y'all. So let's scroll down. This is an actual picture of drug dealers and users right on the streets, and like they say, the open air of the Tenderloin. So yeah, keep scrolling down a little bit, Dean, because what I wanted to get at, is that what they're saying is, and I ain't trying to turn this into no political thing or anything else. If you'll keep scrolling till we get to the part about the Hondurans, because what they're saying, you can go look at this whole article, y'all, in the chat room. We have the link to it live in the chat room, and that'll be there even after there's another photo, and this girl was quoted in the article. She was very open and honest about living on the streets for like 10 years and talks about her addiction and how things have gotten so bad in the Tenderloin and what's going on. So yeah, that was interesting. But yeah, let's keep scrolling till we get to the part about the drug dealers there, Dean. And while Dean's trying to find that in the article, just keep scrolling. You'll find it, bro. I just wanted to point out a little bit that if you watch or pay attention to the news on television, and there's another picture, bro, of, what's going on over there. How could you not have seen? And look at this picture, man. This is what's going on at night over there. And y'all, when I stopped at that traffic light I was talking about and was recording that night, this is what I saw. This was it. So you can imagine, man, that was not a good choice on my part, because there's drug dealers all mixed in this crowd here, okay? And they threw the freaking rock at my car and busted out my window, and I'm just so lucky and blessed that they didn't hit me in the head with that rock, or worse, maybe even fire a bullet. God only knows, because there's been, lots of gunfire and things to that in that area. But Yeah, man. Look at this part of the article here, and we'll get back to what I was talking about, but it says this may help explain why accidental overdose deaths in San Francisco have not abated, surging to a record 752 by the end of last month in November. And that's a record, y'all. Do the math. How many people are dying still every single day from ODs? And of course, most of them are from fentanyl. They're opiate overdoses. So, yeah, keep going, Dean, and we'll come to this part that I'm wanting. It's a long ass article, so yeah, keep going, and you'll get to a part where it's going to talk about how there's been this insurgence of illegal immigrants, most of whom are from Honduras. Now, look at that, man. Here, God, look at this, man. This picture here is such a trip. I think y'all are getting the idea why I wanted to show this article on the program today, and what an outstanding job the reporters and the photographer did. Here is a guy laying on the ground. God only knows if he's even alive or dead, but clearly out like a light from drug use. And here's the dealers and users standing around almost like they don't even give a fuck about this guy. Oh, well, whatever the fuck, it's fucking crazy, man. So, yeah. Um, anyway, uh, they interviewed all these different people in the area, including law enforcement, by the way. And like I said, with this flood of illegal immigrants coming into the country that we see on the national news every night, thousands and thousands of people just coming into the country. Look at this. There's that girl again smoking fentanyl, and this guy, he's bent over in a nod. He's like not trying to get something out of that little bag or whatever. They mentioned that in the article, that he's literally bent over in a nod. Yep. And in any case, I keep kind of getting off track because we're talking about this whole thing, but all these illegal immigrants coming in over the border, y'all. And again, I'm not trying to get political. I know that's a political issue. Man, look at this. The law enforcement, picking up this OD victim, and the first responders, I should say. You can see, man, they did do a great job on this article and the photos here. But all these illegal immigrants coming over the border, thousands and thousands almost daily, and a large percentage of them are coming from Honduras. And what they're finding through the arrests that they've been making in the Tenderloin district and the greater metropolitan San Francisco area. And by the way, as it says later in this article, it's not just San Francisco anymore. It's now spreading to other cities, is these Honduran drug dealers and cartels, man. Look at this, another one just passed out on the street. And when I say it's spreading to other cities, what has happened as a result of the crackdown there is something we've talked about on this podcast. Is sometimes it's like stepping on an ant pile. Okay, hold on right there, Dean, because now we've gotten to a part of it there that references what I've been talking about. Yeah, hold it right there. They're doing this crackdown where now there you don't see the open air drug dealing or drug use in the Tenderloin during the day anymore. They come out like crazy at night, as we saw in those photos. But a lot of them now they're saying going to other cities. They're going up to Portland, they're going to Seattle, they're going to other cities now. So like it says here, this is exactly where I wanted you to get to in the article, Dean. So thank you for scrolling to that. In its 18-month investigation, because this has been a year and a half since they started this whole crackdown thing, y'all. It doesn't seem like it's been that long, but they ramped it up, within the past like 6-9 months. But they've been doing this investigation with the San Francisco Chronicle for a year and a half. They found that the street level fentanyl market in San Fran is mostly are almost entirely controlled by hundreds of migrants from a small rural area of Honduras called, and I think I'm pronouncing this correctly, the Syria Valley. Fleeing difficult conditions in their home country, the migrants cross the U.S. Mexico border with the aid of Mexican cartels and then sell the drugs supplied by those same criminal organizations. Um, yeah, and then the DEA is doing what the DEA is doing is targeting the whole spectrum of the Honduran drug trafficking organizations who are primarily responsible for bringing all the fentanyl into the area. So, what the fuck? Who knew? Who knew? I didn't know until I read this article that this is all part of, the Mexican drug cartels bringing in these Hondurans, uh, who, are now the main, catalyst for distributing this shit and dealing it in San Francisco and specifically in the Tenderloin. So anyway, y'all, moving along. Dean, we don't have to continue to show that article. I mean, we can look at some more pictures here. They're arresting a drug dealer here, and you can see, it's a young guy. And again, y'all, not trying to pick on any ethnicity or whatever else. It is what it is. Okay. This is what's happening. And like we said, y'all, we're not trying to get political. I get it. The whole border crossing immigration thing is a whole political thing. We ain't trying to do that on this show. We don't want to alienate anyone who may be looking for help, trying to get through an addiction. Yeah, there's a spot where somebody was killed, where they put a memorial out. The fact of the matter is, though, y'all, we cannot deny that people are coming over the border in droves. And, a lot of times, y'all, we'll hear about these things going on and the drug dealing going on in different communities around the country and our inner cities and all. And a lot of times people want to point fingers at minority groups or whatever else. And the fact of the matter is, man, this shit's all being done by these fucking cartels from Mexico and immigrant groups coming in from Honduras. What the fuck? So, yeah, man, pretty crazy, isn't it? So, Dean, if we can go back to them slides, when I read in that article, about how it's all about, the Hondurans, I just thought that we do a little research, because if you read that article, they even talk in there about, they even have slang. I'm trying to find the slides now. For the Hondurans, that the people on the streets there call them the Hondos. And that's who they like getting their dope from, because the users all have different dealers. And it's like, man, you want the good, you got to find one of the Hondos. So I thought we'd talk about it a little bit. Like, man, what the fuck's going on in Honduras that all these Hondurans are coming in, which is like a South American, Central American, South American country. So yeah, here it is a poor country. It remains one of the poorest and most unequal countries in the region. In a study as recent as 2020, as a result of the pandemic and some hurricanes, the share of the U.S., not the U.S., the share of the population living under poverty reached over 57%, an increase of almost 50% in 2019. So that was pretty bizarre. And then, well, I thought we had another Honduran slide. Yep, there it is. Is it safe to go to Honduras? Nope, it is not. And this is information, again, that we pulled. Violent crimes such as homicide, armed robbery, kidnapping. Kidnapping is very common. Violent gang activities such as extortion, violent street crime, rape, Narcotics and human trafficking is widespread. Local police and emergency services lack sufficient resources to respond effectively to serious crime. And this was posted in just July, y'all. So, again, hey, y'all, ain't trying to pick on Honduras or any of our Honduran friends and, that whole thing. I'll also say the facts are the facts. It is what it is. There's this very, very poor group of immigrants coming into our country from a very violent upbringing, clearly in Honduras, who are trying to get paid, obviously, and the Mexican drug cartels are recruiting these people to come here to the United States and deal fentanyl that's killing people. And that's what the Chronicle uncovered in their 18-month long investigation. And that report we just saw from Honduras. All these people are coming in from Honduras. The good news, if you want to call it that, is as part of the crackdown over there, and as part, I'm sure, of the Chronicle's investigation, more discovery has been made of what's going on over there, in the Tenderloin, and who's responsible for all this bullshit going on. So I don't know, man. There's no simple answer. Like I often say on here, you can't sprinkle pixie dust over it and hope everything's going to be okay and make it go away. I'll also say that, I'm glad to see law enforcement is out there doing something. I'm glad to see organizations like the Chronicle aren't letting this just get swept under the rug, or doing outstanding in-depth reports on stuff like that. Really makes a huge difference in, trying to keep this thing on the forefront and top of mind so that we can hopefully, save some lives in the process. And so, once again, Dean posted a link to that article in the chat room. And if you're watching live, you can go there. It also stays in the chat room, and the link, once we post the recorded version of the show, it'll be there as well. And of course, you can always just go to the San Francisco Chronicle website and access the article there as well if you're interested in, more information on that. So, Dean, with all that said, I'm just going to ask, what's your thoughts and feelings on that whole thing, man? Pretty fucking bizarre, isn't it?
Well, clearly they're bringing people in that are desperate enough to do just about anything to earn a living. So,
yeah,
that they don't care because they're being offered a way to make money.
Exactly.
So that's why they're coming into the country. They're obviously they're illegal aliens. They're they're coming in, and they're just kind of getting them in every major city around. Sure,
Yeah.
why not?
Yeah, and like I said, they reference in that article that it's spreading now, and I mean, it's just, I guess, makes common sense that if they're going to crack down in one area, of course they're going to flee to other areas where they don't feel as threatened by law enforcement. So now some of them are just picking up shop and moving right out of the fucking city or state, and now hitting places like Portland and Oregon, Seattle and Washington, and who knows where all else they'll go, and currently probably are. So yeah, man, some got to be done. But anyway, so Dean, we are 1 hour and 2 minutes away from the new year here in California on the West Coast. Thank you for being a rock star and staying on live, man. We are doing this thing. I can't fucking believe it. As we've said many times on the show, and last week's marathon session on Christmas Eve, y'all, we thought about just playing pre-recorded editions of this show, doing a couple reruns on Christmas Eve and tonight, New Year's Eve, because we ordinarily go live on Sundays. And when Dean and I talked about it more and more, we thought, you know what are you doing, bro? I ain't doing nothing. I'm staying home, whatever. We said, you know what? Let's do the show. And part of the reason for that is because sometimes for people that are just starting to live clean and sober, still maybe even struggling to get clean and sober, the holidays aren't always the best time. They can be a challenge. They can be hard to get through sometimes. And so we just wanted to give people one more option, one more platform, one more outlet, one more place that they might be able to participate and do something to help get through the holidays and do it clean and sober. And man, we've had, even if it was just a few, even if it was just one, even if it was just you and me, Dean, I'd have been happy because this shit helps me stay accountable and clean and sober too. But we've had so much more on this edition of the show already. We've had callers. We've had people live on camera. We've had people live in the chat room. We had that rock and roller Mike Woods from Cult of the Storm live on camera on the show, gave us an exclusive debut of a brand new song and rock and roll video that he did. Thank you so much again to Mike, who was on earlier. We had our old friend Mark T was on the show and did, oh God, what a great conversation we had with him. So inspirational about pulling through health challenges and relapse and living clean and sober again. Man, shout out to that boy Mark. We've had friends in the chat room, that boy Shebang. We've had G Money. We've had Debbie and Awana. And oh my God, we've just had, great participation in the show. So we appreciate everyone who's still watching. We still got people live in the viewing room watching and listening. And in fact, Dean, why don't we just go ahead and put the phone number on the screen again in case anybody might want to call in. That telephone number to call is 407 924 3946. If you're just listening and not watching, you can call us live on the air, 407 924 3946. If you might like to be on camera and come into the show with us, you can go into our live chat room, click on one of the links there, and we can bring you on. And so now, y'all, we are into the final hour of 2023 here on the West Coast in California, where it is now 11:01. So we have 59 minutes to go till we do the countdown to 2024 here on the West Coast in California and ring in the new year. Now, Dean, we brought in the live feed from Times Square and the ball dropping there in New York City. When we rang in the new year there on the East Coast. And of course, we had the live feed from Walt Disney World, Magic Kingdom, Epcot Center, which was all so cool to do that live right here on the Daremy podcast. We rang in the new year on the East Coast. What are we going to do here on the West Coast?
I don't know. Every time I look for a stream, I get bounced out. My app crashes. So it's
hey, I've lost the slides too, by the way. Could you bring those back up
so I can bring those back in?
Yeah. Well, we got to figure out something to have some kind of a countdown when we get to the top of the hour here on the West Coast, y'all. And we'll come up with something. We'll figure it out. So anyway, we were into the news, y'all, and we're going to get back to it because we got, another hour to kill here. And then shortly after we ring in the new year here on the West Coast, we're going to go ahead and wrap the show up. By the way, I made a promise that we would reveal my YouTube music listening recap for the year 2023. everybody on Spotify put their rap results out that Spotify does. Well, I'm not a Spotify guy. I have Spotify on my phone and I have the app and I go on there every now and then and we'll use it, but my preference is the YouTube Premium, and that's the one I like to use. Well, they do a year-end wrap as well, and so they sent me my recap, they call it, of my listening habits for 2023. It kind of blows my mind, y'all. Uh, there were a couple things in there that I wasn't surprised about, like my most listened to artist, my most listened to song, how many times I listened to a particular song kind of blew my mind. I put a post on social media. I said, Houston, I may have a problem, man. Obsessive compulsive stuff with my listening habits. But anyways, we're gonna get to that, I promise, and we'll spend some time on that. It'll be fun. But in the meantime, and in between your toes, I teased this, and Dean, I thought we would cover this story, and then we'll kind of move on from the news, the opioid crisis in the news. But I did send you a link to this particular video that there's this interesting phenomenon that's happened now as a result of the efforts to corral this opioid crisis, if you will, that they're calling the rise of pharmacy deserts and opioid lawsuits. Did you find that video, Dean?
Yeah, we have to. I have to load it up here.
Okay, well, no worries. Take your time, bro. Yeah, ordinarily, y'all, if you're, hanging with us here, I'll capture these things and send them to Dean. But for the sake of tonight's show, I just emailed him the links to some of this stuff. So we're kind of, doing things a little bit out of the ordinary tonight, and just kind of doing some things on the fly because we knew we were going to be live for this long marathon session of the Dare Me podcast that we are now 4 hours into. We have been live on the air for 4 hours, y'all, ringing in the new year live here on the internet on the Dare Me podcast from coast to coast in the United States and all around the world, So we want to say Happy New Year to anyone that is still watching and listening. We see y'all there. We do see y'all in the viewing room. So thanks for staying on board with us. And if anybody does happen to come across the recorded version of this extended marathon version of the podcast, Happy New Year. And I see we just had who's this in the chat? We have Josiah says Happy New Year. Well, Happy New Year to you as well, Uzziah. So, yeah, you see, y'all, we still got people joined in live with us. We are live all over Facebook. We're live all over YouTube, several different channels and pages. We're live on X. We're live on Threads. We're live on Twitch, all the things. And we're just trying to help people who may be, struggling through the holidays, struggling on the New Year's, or maybe even not struggling, just looking for some good, fun, entertaining content. We are here. And we would love, I'm just looking here. All right. So long to that person. Yeah, when you're live, man, anything can happen and anybody might jump on. And we just had somebody in the chat room we had to get rid of, but no worries. Anyhow, y'all, yeah, we are still live and we're going to stay live until it's 2024 here in California on the West Coast.
I'm not seeing this video clip. It was Unless you had a number, like you made video
Oh, no,
one,
no,
video.
it was an email link I sent you. It's not
Okay.
in the stuff that I loaded. I'm sorry, I should have clarified that. Yeah, it was one of those ones, Dean, that I just felt like it was, you know, too long because it's a quite interesting story. Too long of a video to capture and post, and kind of seemed like it might have been, a little more work than it was worth, or whatever. When it would just be so easy to email you the link. So that's what I did there. But in any case, while you're looking for that, I can elaborate a little bit on this story. This one, kind of sort of talks about and does a deep dive into how, as a result of, like I said, this effort to corral, the overabundance of opioid prescriptions out there, and the efforts to crack down on it, and the reluctance of here, let me go in and look in the email for that, Dean, because I know I sent that to you.
Don't
The
see it.
reluctance of the yeah, here it is. I sent it to you yesterday. You want me to resend it? I'll send it again. There, I just sent it again to you. Yeah, the reluctance of doctors to prescribe opiates anymore because of crackdowns by the DEA. And of course, just a all around concern about people's health and well-being, of possibly getting strung out or hooked on this shit. So yeah, man, there's been this phenomena happening that they're calling the rise of pharmacy deserts and opioid lawsuits. Did you get that, Dean? Because I just resent it, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So hopefully, yeah, we'll be able to bring that interesting news story up and show that in just a second here. And then when we get done with that, we're going to go into my reveal of my listening habits on the YouTube premium platform, and my annual recap they did. Okay, looks like Dean's got the story. Let's check it out, y'all. Give it a look and a listen, and we'll be back with you. This is the long one I was talking about earlier, Dean. So if you need to take a potty break, this is over an 8-minute video, but it's fascinating.
Let me just make sure there's sound playing.
Following decades of expansion, the nation's largest drugstore chains are closing hundreds of stores, turning away many already vulnerable communities into pharmacy deserts.
This comes as the stores attempt to reorient their operations against the rising competition and a crush of opioid lawsuits.
We're breaking down the rise in pharmacy deserts and opioid lawsuits in our big story today.
It is a legal battle stemming from the opioid crisis, and who's to blame? The Supreme Court is hearing a case today that could have implications far beyond the pharmaceutical industry. Here's ABC's Derek Dennis.
It's a potential watershed moment in the opioid epidemic. Today, the Supreme Court will review a $6 billion bankruptcy settlement between Purdue Pharma, the maker of OxyContin, and the victims and communities ravaged by the opioid crisis. At issue, the deal gives Purdue Pharma's owners, the Sackler family, immunity, protecting them from lawsuits.
The victims fought for this plan because they want to help people who have lost loved ones, who have been affected by the opioid crisis, to recover money.
Attorney Edward Niger helped negotiate the settlement and wants it upheld. But the Justice Department is opposed, arguing there must be unanimous consent among all the claimants to give the Sackler family, which made billions off OxyContin, immunity.
The Sacklers may be bad people, but they're not stupid people. And they will not give any money to abate the opioid crisis or to victims to help rebuild their lives unless they get those releases. If they really want to make a lesson of what the Sacklers did, they can and should criminally prosecute the Sacklers.
Ellen Isaacs lost her son Ryan to an overdose after he was prescribed OxyContin at 16 years old. Her attorney, Michael Quinn, is seeking a jury trial to keep the Sackler family on the hook.
in a way, this case is about deterrence. It's about holding corporate leaders and owners accountable for their business decisions.
If approved, the bankruptcy settlement would pay $6 billion to individual families, state health programs, and Native American tribes over the next 18 years. But if the deal is blocked, legal experts say it could set a precedent for how corporate bankruptcy cases are settled. Derek Dennis, ABC News.
Drugstore chains like Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid have saturated U.S. cities, suburbs, and small towns for years. But now many of those chains are closing thousands of stores. These closings leave gaps in communities for medicine and other essentials. The researchers have found that pharmacy closures could lead to health risks, such as older adults failing to take their medication. And many of those closings have to do with the company going bankrupt or being understaffed.
Rite Aid, the third largest pharmacy chain in the United States, filed for bankruptcy in October. It closed roughly 400 to 500 of about 2,200 stores. That includes 10 in Ohio that are still set to close. Rite Aid was undone by competition from larger rivals, its $3.3 billion debt load, and expensive legal battles for its alleged role in fueling the opioid crisis.
Meantime, CVS has been closing stores since 2018 due to understaffed stores and increased competition. So far, the company has closed 244 stores between 2018 and 2020. Then in 2021, CVS announced that it plans to close 900 stores by next year. So far, multiple CVS stores around Ohio have closed as a response to the announcement.
In June of this year, Walgreens announced it would be closing an additional 150 stores. That's adding to the already 200 that were scheduled to close. It includes stores in Cincinnati and Cleveland. It comes as competition such as Walmart and Amazon continue to grow across the state.
Also in Cincinnati, in a lawsuit, Ohio claims Kroger and its pharmacy contributed to an oversupply of drugs, which officials say led to thousands of deadly overdoses. Kroger has agreed to pay $34 million up front and then pay more money over the next 7 years to reach the $68 million as part of that deal. The money will be distributed through the West Virginia First Foundation. That's a nonprofit. Also involved in this lawsuit, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. All of those companies have already settled. And expanding retail pharmacy chains often push out local pharmacies in the process. It can cause a number of independent pharmacies to decrease. And it's been decreasing by nearly 50% from the year 1980 to 2022. Rite Aid, CVS, and Walgreens have also been shuttering some smaller stores for years. The loss of retail pharmacy, it can leave a void. As we talk about older adults, it also includes lower income households. Roughly 1 out of every 8 pharmacies closed between 2009 and 2015 disproportionately affected independent pharmacies and low income neighborhoods. All of that information coming from a study that was published in the Journal of American Medical Association. That study found that pharmacies at greatest risk of closures are those with a large customer base on public insurance, which have lower reimbursement rates than private plans, as well as independent pharmacies.
Also contributing to a rise in drug overdoses across the country is how illegal drugs are being sold on social media. One family who lost their child to a drug overdose 3 weeks away from his college graduation is now vowing to fight illegal pill sales online. They're taking a unique approach, trying to work with social media companies and approaching Snapchat directly. Snapchat says it's now proactively filtering out approximately 95% of drug-related content. As an indication that it is working, they say community flags of drug content related to sales have dropped from 25% down to 2%.
And 50 families are suing Snapchat. What can you tell us about that litigation?
My heart goes out to those families and to any family that has suffered really what is an unimaginable loss. And through our work at Snap, we've deployed technologies and tools and created new products that we think will really be effective in combating this problem.
Experts say dealers are using all platforms to sell illegal drugs, not just Snapchat.
Use Instagram to get as many messages as they can out. So that's their marketing tool. They may use a Telegram account to have a channel where people, as a group, talk about drugs, sell drugs.
Ohio will become the 24th state to allow the possession and use of marijuana for recreational purposes this Thursday. That means Ohioans will be able to legally smoke for the first time, grow their own plants, and share what they grow with eligible family and friends. However, there will be nowhere in the state where Ohioans may legally buy that now that they can legally smoke. A state licensed recreational market could still be about 9 months away. Ohioans will also not be able to buy seeds to grow their own plants because they're not sold yet in Ohio, even to patients under the medical marijuana program. Some Ohioans are showing some disagreement with the new rules.
For one, it won't be so hard to get a license for people that don't have the money, that struggle with opioids and alcohol. It'll be another avenue for them.
Others are excited to expand their businesses and welcome the new law with what they say are open arms.
I just see nothing but positive coming from it. I would love to expand beyond just the beverage that I offer and have fully infused options in terms of fine cuisine, just a whole lifestyle.
Some residents worry Ohio law enforcement does not have enough guidance in regard to the new law and how to properly enforce it. However, Michigan State Highway Patrol, Michigan State Police are offering some tips and warnings to drivers as marijuana becomes legal in Ohio this week. Lieutenant Renee Gonzalez explains driving under the influence includes any kind of regulated substance. And just because it's legal to use, he says, does not make it legal to use and get behind the wheel. We're going to have more about how MSP is warning Ohio drivers about smoking and driving coming up at 6 o'clock.
And just a reminder, you can watch the entire big story by downloading the 13 Action News app. It is available for download in your phone's app store.
All right. Well, there you go, everyone. So, yeah, shout out to them at that station for such a great in-depth story and coverage. Dean, that was pretty fascinating, wasn't it? I mean, these lawsuits against these pharmacies have really definitely had an effect on availability for people who need legit medications. What was it? Did they say CVS closed like 500 stores and Walgreens got another couple of hundred they're closing? I mean,
yeah. I probably heard between all the pharmacies closing 300, 400, 500, 600 stores.
Yeah, so it's
but they did mention that Amazon was their major competition.
Yeah, well, and it's also a ripple effect, though, of all this money that they've had to, sacrifice because of their part in the opioid crisis and these lawsuits that have resulted in them having to pay millions and millions and millions of dollars. And so, it is, one of those, effects of the whole opioid crisis. Now it's making it difficult for people who need legit medications to even get them.
Sure.
So anyways, with all that said, y'all, we're going to transition from the news. We spent quite a bit of time on the opioid crisis news tonight and did quite a deep dive. And, again, shout out to KPIX, shout out to the San Francisco Chronicle, shout out to News 12 and 13, who we just saw there in that story. Great coverage and keeping this whole thing top of mind awareness. So with all that said, y'all, let's move along. We are now let's see. We are 38 minutes away from ringing in 2024 here on the West Coast in California, where I'm coming to you live from in Sacramento. Dean is live with us on the East Coast of the United States in Orlando, Florida, where we rang in the new year live. about 2.5 hours ago. And shout out to the people in our viewing room. I see we've still got people viewing and watching. We've been watching. We've had people in and out of the show all night long because we've been on live. Since a little after 7 o'clock here on the West Coast and a little after 10 o'clock on the East Coast. And it is now 11:23 here on the West Coast in California, and 2:23 on the East Coast, where Dean is being a trooper and a rock star, staying up late with us to ring in the new year here live on the Dare Me podcast on the West Coast. Once we do that, y'all will bring this thing full circle and wrap up the show not too long after that. So probably about 45 minutes or so to go, where we're still going to be live here on the Dare Me podcast. So again, Happy New Year, and shout out to those of y'all in the viewing room that are watching. Yeah, I'm stumbling all over my words, y'all. I've been running my mouth for a long time now. Like I said, it's been over 4 hours. But hey, man, we're hanging tough. Drinking my soda. I had some energy drinks earlier and still going strong. I will say I'm getting kind of hungry. You been snacking over there, Dean, at all? I haven't noticed you eating anything on camera, man. You having any New Year's Eve snacks in the East Coast studio there? Or
I have. I went out. I went early when you got into one of the first phone calls or the.
Oh, right, got you.
I went out to the kitchen because I didn't really eat dinner, so I was like, oh, I gotta
Yeah,
grab something.
yeah.
But
Well, I'll tell you, I'm kind of hoping there's a couple of restaurants. So I mean, I know a couple spots that are ordinarily 24 hours that'll be open once we wrap up. That I'll hopefully be able to go and get a little something to eat because I am getting hungry. But anyway, bro, we're gonna go into and transition now, like we said, out of the news into something maybe a little more upbeat and fun and positive now, y'all. I've been teasing this, and I teased this even in some promos and some reels I put out there for the show tonight that I got this recap from YouTube, and I'm sure I'll edit this out of the live edition of the show that we're doing right now, so I have a recorded version of it I can post later. For people who aren't on live with us right now that I know like following the podcast. But if you're a social media person, you know that, I don't know, it all started about a month ago. People were posting these, what they call raps on Spotify that recapped people's listening habits for the past year, and also streaming numbers for artists that put music out there. There were a lot of cool artists that we know here on the Dare Me podcast who had some pretty darn impressive streaming numbers, man. We've had a lot of them as guests on the show because we do like to talk about music a lot on this program. And so anyway, with all that said, I am not a Spotify guy. I have the app on my phone. I've used Spotify, SoundCloud. I get it, man, And so I saw this kind of funny meme out there, and I thought we'd show this. I did a screenshot and captured it. People, when they try to decide on what music streaming service they should go for. And I use YouTube Premium. I used to use just YouTube regular, but I couldn't take the ads anymore, So I just pay the annual fee. Done. Forget about it. It's over. It's done with. And one thing I love too about the premium version of using YouTube for music is you can put like a playlist on or whatever, and then you can go to other websites. Like if you want to scroll social media, go read the news, it'll still play in the background. Without the premium service, it doesn't do that. So anyway, for me, it's worth every single dime, as you're going to see in a moment, because I do listen to music so much. I am truly what they call like an audiophile. I've talked over and over and over on this podcast about how I am a music guy. And I get it, y'all. everybody loves music. Who doesn't fucking love music? Of course, everybody does, you know. I have a little bit of an obsession with it, as you're going to see in a moment. Been that way my whole life since I was a little kid playing vinyl records in my bedroom and started, as a DJ. Literally, when I was a kid in junior high school, I was the DJ at lunchtime in the gymnasium during, because we stayed inside most of the time where I grew up in Southeast Michigan because it was so freaking cold. Um, Anyhow, y'all, then I made a living playing music on the radio, working as a DJ on different radio stations, worked in lots of bars and clubs and all that other stuff, had mobile DJ business. In fact, Dean, you probably remember I used to store my speakers in your studio at the one spot over there on John Young in Orlando. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep. Yeah. So, anyways, and now, y'all, I have a new obsession with music where I actually record and try to produce music, working in these modern, what do you want to call it? Software programs. You have Logic Pro, which I use. Pro Tools, of course, is real popular. Where I'm at right now, here in the Daremy Podcast studio, when I'm not podcasting, this studio I use to sing and record music. And then I go in and auto tune it. And I'm working on a song right now. I got my son in law, Cameron. Shout out, Cameron, if you see this, to lay some tracks down. Him and Alyssa, my daughter, were here on Christmas Eve, man. And we had so much fun. You know what? I was going to tell you this, Dean. This was so cool in a way. I mean, it was kind of like one of those, almost like a bittersweet thing. We had so much fun and we were enjoying each other's company so much. We completely forgot to take any pictures. I have no pictures of me and my daughter and her husband on Christmas this year because we were having so much fun together. We didn't even think about it. You know what I mean? And you know me, I'm always posting shit all over social media, trying to promote the podcast and all that other shit. And it was like a good half hour after they left that I was still kind of, beaming and just, enjoying, the whole experience we had, that I thought, oh my God, we didn't take no pictures. So I texted my daughter. I said, hey man, if you guys send me take a Christmas picture, send it to me. I'll crop myself in there somehow. Yeah. But so anyway, kind of getting off topic a little bit, but while they were here, my son-in-law Cam recorded some tracks for a song that I'm working on mixing now that'll have both of us in it. And once I'm done, oh, you know damn well I'm gonna play it here on the Dare Me podcast. So anyhow, with all that said, y'all, yeah, that's kind of been my journey with music and all. And it's just always on, man. It's always on. I'm just one of them guys that just love. I'm very eclectic when it comes to music. I should say, though, I posted some shit the other night. It was kind of funny, Dean. You ever watch the Kennedy honors or awards? They call it the Kennedy honors, and they spotlight these different artists, whether they're actors, musicians, whatever. So they had some pretty cool people on the other night that were spotlighted on the show. One of them I did not know that was an opera singer. And I just do not have a taste for opera. I have tried to develop a liking for opera music. I just don't. I've been to an opera before. I once went to see an opera called Man of La Mancha. And the one I went to was kind of cool because they had a mix of both English and Italian. So you could kind of follow along with the story and all that. And there was some really good, baritones and stuff. I don't mind the baritones as much, but I don't like the high soprano so much. And I just put on there, man, I do not like opera. I literally had to mute the TV during that part of the show because it's almost like nails on a chalkboard for me sometime. But beyond that, I love all kinds of other music. I love rock music. I love pop music. I love keeping up on the top 40 and all the things, jazz music, indie music. Anyway, with all that said, I keep dancing all around this, y'all. Let's go ahead and show you some of the results from my YouTube Premium recap of my listening habits for 2023. I'm going to show you these slides. And then something that's kind of cool they do is they send you a video. It's about a minute long video, and they kind of have a tune playing in the background that's your favorite song that you listen to the most. So we'll play that video too, but let's go ahead. Oh, and I thought we'd show this first because some people are fucking music snobs. And I swear to God, y'all, I am not a music snob. I just went into this long rant about how I'm obsessed with music and music guy and all that stuff, but I'm not. I swear to God, I'm not. But some people are Spotify snobs or SoundCloud snobs or whatever. And so this meme I thought was kind of funny for, an Apple Music snobs. For YouTube Premium, there's your old boy SpongeBob saying, watching the peasants argue over Spotify and Apple Music whilst you're chilling with YouTube Premium, which is yours truly. So anyway, yep, here is my first reveal of my listening habits. And Dean, as you know, I talk about this girl on this podcast all the time. She truly is one of my very favorite artists. Benny, who I've met a couple of times, and she's out of New Zealand. We talked about her a little bit earlier on this show, and I saw her perform once in Detroit, Michigan at the Shelter, St. Andrews Hall, and I also saw her perform at the Roxy in Hollywood, and got to meet her at both shows. She's so nice to me. Shout out, Benny, if you see this. Thank you for being so nice to an OG like me that just loves your music and your story. And I discovered her, y'all, during the pandemic, during the COVID lockdown, when she went viral with this song called Super Lonely that she produced and did with this dude, Josh Fountain, who we talked a lot about on this show when I saw the band Leisure down in LA and in San Francisco. I got to meet Josh at both shows. Anyway, I don't want to get too far off topic, but man, that was such a thrill for me to meet both of them. So anyways, yeah, Benny did this tune Super Lowly that went viral during the pandemic, and I'd never heard of her before, but come to find out, she had been doing music already for years. So I did a deep dive into her catalog, and oh my God, I can honestly tell y'all, and I mean this, I just went into this long rant about how I'm such a music guy my whole life and all this other shit. I'm a 60-year-old grown ass man, been listening to music my whole life. This artist here, y'all, I have not one song that I don't love by her. I love all of her stuff. Every single song. There's not one song by her where I'm just like, nah, nah, nah. No, I love all of her stuff. And so you can see here it says I was in the top, what is that, 1%? Is that what that is? 0.1? What is that, Dean? I don't know. I'm not sure what that percentage is. That 10%? 0.1?
That is 0.1%.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Which would be, yeah.
I think the footnote is the main thing here. It says you listen to them 382 times as much as the average listener. So, yeah, a little bit obsessed with Benny, but that ain't nothing, y'all. Let's look at the rest. That kind of caught me by surprise. Here is my favorite song by her and this boy, Gus Stapperton. And it actually is a tune off of his compilation that Benny is on, and it's called Don't Let Me Down. And I listened to that song fucking 559 times since April 21st, bro. And this is like, this information I'm showing you is like few weeks old now when I captured all this stuff. So I've listened to it even more than that. But when I saw this caught me by surprise. I was like, oh my God, man, I'm a little obsessive compulsive here. I'll also give you my little disclaimer here, y'all. When I'm at the gym, I will often put songs I like on replay or on a loop and repeat them while I'm working out. And by the way, if you have never seen the video for this song, fucking amazing. What a great video, y'all. And of course, Benny is just so beautiful. Oh my God. What a beautiful young girl. She's just so pretty and so cool. And this boy, Gus Dapperton, man, what an artistic guy. I mean, he truly is. And so, anyway, y'all, yeah, there's my obsession with the song Don't Let Me Down. And if you've never heard it, I just can't encourage you enough to go check it out. And by the way, we're going to hear a little bit of that when we play that video I was telling you about that YouTube Premium did of my listening habits. So moving along, here are my other top 5 artists, y'all. These were my top 5. You got Benny, and of course, you guys hear me talking about that boy Kasky all the time. Shout out Kasky. And also, shout out to that boy Anonymous, Kasky's road manager and producer that we had on the podcast last Sunday, who gave us that over an hour long deep dive interview, man. I went and edited that whole interview out of the marathon 5-hour podcast we did and did a YouTube premiere post of that. It was a great interview he gave us. We've got quite a few views on that one. So again, thank you to Anonymous and shout out Kasky, who we're going to have on the show eventually. In fact, Anonymous, told us last week in the interview that we'll circle back. And I even told him, if you remember, Dean, I'll fly from Sacramento all the way to fucking Orlando so he can have them live in the Daremepodcast PFX Media Studios there in Orlando. So yeah, anyway, y'all, getting off topic a little bit, but Kasky was my second most listened to artist. Now, I must confess, y'all, there's a little bit how shall I say, misleading information here. I do love Gus Dapperton, very creative. He's done a couple collabs with Benny. You know what I mean? He was on the Super Lonely. He's in Don't Let Me Down. I really don't listen to a whole lot of his other stuff. No disrespect, Gus, if you ever see this. The reason that they have Gus Dapperton as my third most listened to artist, because I do listen to some of his independent stuff, just not a lot, is because of the crazy amount of times I've listened to Don't Let Me Down. So somehow the numbers got skewed a little bit there. But anyway, next you see Mallrat, who we got a shout out on this podcast from when I went to see her live in San Francisco at that Bimbo's 365 Club. In fact, if you go to the Dare Me Podcast YouTube channel, click on the videos tab, scroll down, you'll see an episode of the Dare Me Podcast called All About You and Mallrat 2. And you'll see, got some clips from her show there, a little tour of the Bimbo's Club in San Fran, and also a shout out from Mallrat. And then my next most listened to artist was Cannons, who, again, we have an episode of this show. I think it was the Live from Hollywood one, where I went to see Cannons play at the Roxy, and I got to meet Michelle, the lead singer for Cannons, and that boy Paul, who plays bass and keyboards in the group. So yeah, y'all, those are my top 5 artists that I listened to in 2023, at least the top 4 anyways. So here is the top tracks I listen to, which there's a couple little surprises in there, but not really. There again, you can see "Don't Let Me Down" was my most listened to song, and like we already talked about, I listened to it 559 times, more than that even now. Um, Grace Vanderwall was my second most listened to song and artist, which kind of surprises me, but I do love her stuff, man. And this song, Waste My Time, I actually did a promo reel for tonight's show using that song, and it's just outstanding. And of course, if that name sounds familiar to you, but you can't quite place it, Grace Vanderwall was the young girl that won America's Got Talent, and did that song "I Don't Know My Name" where she played on the ukulele. Well, guess what? Grace Vanderwall is all grown up, y'all, and oh my God, is she a beautiful girl? Such a pretty, beautiful young girl living the life in New York City. She moved to New York, has an apartment there. I follow her on social media, and she posts stuff all the time about this, truly living her best life and making outstanding music. Can't encourage y'all enough to go do a deep dive and check out Grace Vanderwall's music. This is actually a little bit of an older tune that she did a few years ago, but it's awesome, man. And she's still putting out great music. So, yeah, check that out. And then, of course, Romy. Again, if you're a regular viewer, listener to the podcast, you know I got to go and see and meet Romy in San Francisco just a few weeks ago. And you go back and look at a couple episodes ago of the Dare Me podcast and see we got a shout out from Romy and that tune, "The Sea." Oh my God, I just freaking love it. It's club music pretty much, but oh my God, I love it, man. In fact, Elton John, we had a clip from him on that episode of the show, saying that he thinks Romy's going to win, top dance music album of the year for that compilation, which I wouldn't be surprised at all. Grammy's coming up in February. And then my next most listened to song, you can see there's another one from that girl, Benny. Shout out Benny. Her real name, by the way, is Stella Bennett. And so apparently people, start calling her Benny as kind of a nickname for Bennett, and it stuck. And so that's what she goes by, Benny. But shout out Stella. Love you, girl. Oh my God. I hope to get to see you again and maybe even meet you in person again in 2024. I hope you come to the States again and tour. Who knows, man? I might have to make me a trip down under, Dean. Go down to New Zealand or Australia. There ain't many places that are left that I'd like to travel to, but I would like to go and check out both of those locations. I'd go down to New Zealand, see Benny, jump over and see a mall rat in Australia, and maybe even Leisure Band again along the way somewhere, because they're all from down in that area. And then, so that was my next most listened to song, Green Honda by Benny, which she put out this past year. Fucking awesome tune, y'all. If you've never heard it, go check it out. And then there's that boy, John Mayer, who I've always loved his solo stuff. But we talked about on this podcast about how I went over to San Fran and saw the Grateful Dead that went by Dead and Company on this last tour they did. And again, y'all, if you go back and look at other podcasts that we've done, there's one called Back from the Dead, which was kind of a play on words, where I went to San Francisco, visited the notorious Tenderloin District, but also while I was there, attended the Dead and Company final two concerts. And John Mayer, in case you didn't know, played with them for the last couple of years, man. Played guitar and sang. And so he has this tune out there called New Light that's been out for a long time. Some of his solo stuff, and I just love that song, man. So yeah, anyway, there you go, y'all. Kind of going on and on about it, but we're just killing some time. We have 14 minutes left till it's 2024 here on the West Coast in California. So anyway, y'all, moving along here, this stuff kind of really caught me by surprise. It says I listened to 41 different genres of music. So yeah, man, your old pal Glenn has a very eclectic taste in music. But it says here my favorites were pop music, because I do like keeping up with the popular music. That was my favorite. 24% of the 41 different genres I listened to was pop music. 22% indie music, which I love. And of course, I'm a rock and roller. Shout out again to that boy, Mike Woods, who we had on the podcast earlier from Cult of the Storm, who gave us an exclusive debut of his brand new song. So, yeah, y'all, I'm a rocker. And then, like we were just talking about with Romy and all, I love that electronic dance music. And I'm a hip hop guy too. Love that boy Kasky and all the rappers, man. So those were my top 5 different genres of music. And here's just a little recap again. There's my top 5 artists and my top 5 tracks. And then this is something else that YouTube Premium does. They give you what they call an album cover. And you can see up in the left top corner there, it says a tribute to good vibes, inspiration, groovy tempos, and Benny and Gus Dapperton. And let me ask you a question, Dean. When I saw that, I was like, God damn, is that a fucking poppy? It almost looks like a poppy, the opiate, opium poppy. I'm like, I don't know, man. But anyway.
I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, this I thought was pretty bizarre. This caught me off guard. It says that I listened to almost 58,000 minutes of music this past year. And again, y'all, keep it in mind, these are screenshots from a few weeks ago, so it's even more than that. And that little footnote at the bottom, 11% of my year was spent listening to music. How bizarre is that, y'all? It's just amazing how they compile these different stats. And so I went and researched this because I was just like mind blown. This one really caught me by surprise. I had no idea. And I was just curious where I fell in the big picture of things. And so I found this, y'all. A recent statistics report revealed that the average person listens to about 961 hours and 10 minutes of music a year. That's the equivalent to over 40 days of just nonstop music. So, yeah, there's your old pal Glenn Victor. 58,000 minutes of music. And I did the math. I'm not going to do it right now, but it falls like in this ballpark. I'm a little bit more than what the supposed average is, but there you go. So, Dean, do you have that video handy now of the compilation that I talked about that YouTube Premium did of all that stuff I just showed?
Yeah, it's 3 minutes long, so
let's give it a look and a listen, and then after that, y'all, we're going to be real close to ringing in the new year here on the west coast of the United States in California. And once we do that, we're going to bring this thing full circle, do a few funny memes, and wrap up the show and start our 2024 together live right here on the Dare Me podcast. So check this out, y'all. This is a video that was sent to me from YouTube Premium, kind of, giving me a recap, what they call, of my music listening habits for the year 2023, with my most listened to song, apparently, that they put in the background while we play this. So let's give it a look and a listen. We'll talk to you again in a second.
Don't let me down, down. Don't let me down again. I'm just gonna burn up and fall out of my head. I let myself slip away. I fall into your arms again. We're wrapped in your warm embrace. Stay this way for me. Kinda funny how you thought I'd wait. Even tell me that I've changed. I don't wanna make it worse. There's nothing I can say.
All right. Hey, Dean. Thank you. I love it, man. And wow, I saw we had people jump on board while we were playing that. And hey, shout out Stella, that girl Bennett. Yeah, obviously, man, I'm like obsessed with your music and just love your style and everything you do, girl. So hopefully, you get a chance to see this. I follow a person on social media, Dean, that has her attention and always likes their stuff. So I'm gonna edit that clip out of the show and try to send it to this person that we like each other's stuff all the time on social media, and see if we might get that to Benny. So yeah, man, really hoping that she goes on tour again in the coming year and I get to see her. So, with all that said, y'all, there you go. There's my reveal of my YouTube premium recap of your old pal Glenn Victor's listening habits for 2023. Some of y'all might be a little surprised by that, but yeah, that's me, man. So, anyway, we are down to the last 5 minutes. I guess I should put up only one hand. 5 minutes of 2023. Here on the west coast of the United States of America in California. I'm coming to you live from Sacramento, and our co-host and producer and our old pal Dean Baker is live with us on the East Coast in Orlando, Florida, where we rang in the new year just under 3 hours ago, live right here on the Dare Me podcast. We have been live on the Dare Me podcast for coming up on 5 hours. And looks like we're bringing in some live stuff from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, this is awesome.
Okay, we're waiting for the fireworks, guys. Countdown coming.
How cool is it? Yeah, I'm getting a little echo again, but that's okay, Dean. We'll bring in the new year live from Las Vegas and West Coast. I love it.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight.
Anything could happen here, so if I get ducked out, then I'll try and come back on, but you'll have to deal with that a lot.
We've had just a little bit of technical challenges tonight, y'all, because we're live on the internet, y'all. All over all the different platforms, and right now we're bringing in a live stream from the Strip. This is literally the Strip, Las Vegas, Nevada. And we're going to count down to the new year here from Sacramento. And just 3 minutes away, 2024, here on the West Coast.
All right.
Let's just hope the browser hangs in there.
Well, we only needed to for 2.5 more minutes.
I know.
Almost 40,000 amazing folks joining us for the Las Vegas fireworks here right now.
Thank you for bringing this up, Dean. I love it, man.
Well, hold on. Got to give you a big shout out. We have almost... Come on, girl. No, she's like, no.
2 minutes. Let's keep it steady.
Somebody's proud of the camera.
You're right, focus. Happy New Year!
Yeah, we're just going to wait. And okay, it looks like about 2 minutes away now. 2 minutes from 2024. What a year it's been. And it's actually been a good year. It was a wonderful year I'll never, ever forget.
All right.
And like I said earlier in the show, Dean, without getting too far or deep, in large part to you being so supportive of this podcast, bro. Forever grateful for your support and everything you do for this show, man. We are helping you, bro. More to come. All right, we got a minute to go.
All right. The crowds are crazy down there on the Strip. It's packed.
Yeah, buddy. Look at that, 57 seconds.
Here it goes.
Here we go. Woo! All right.
Come on, hang in there.
Well, I know keeping our fingers crossed, hopefully we don't lose the feed here. Live, let us see our man is live again. Here we go.
All right, look at the parking
What
lot.
a great shot.
Arya's a little off down there. Somebody's off.
God, thank you so much for bringing this up, Dean. This is exciting. This is exciting as Dean Times Square.
We got which one? Who's gonna be
Live from the Strip in Las Vegas, West Coast time, coming to you live from California. We go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Woo! Yeah!
There it is, all
around. 2024. I don't know who can give you fire, but thank you for live streaming. We appreciate it. Look at that, man. Live fireworks from Las Vegas, Nevada, right on the Strip. And man, here we are in Sacramento, California, celebrating the new year. It is officially 2024, y'all, here on the Daremepodcast. We're watching a live stream from the Strip in Las Vegas, Nevada, that our bro Dean Baker has pulled up for us. Thank you again so much, Dean, for bringing this up, man, and letting us watch it. Man, I'm hearing fireworks right outside the Jeremy Podcast studio here in Sacramento now. A lot of people blowing up fireworks right outside. I hope my dog Jackie doesn't freak out too much, man. She doesn't like them, but oh, look at that, man. How cool is that? They are doing it right in Las Vegas. So yeah, wow, man, I see we still got people in the viewing room watching and listening to our podcast. Happy New Year to all of y'all. And anyone who may come across the recorded version, who may jump on and watch at a later time. Dean, thank you again so much, bro, for everything you did. Not just tonight, but throughout the past several months. We've been doing this podcast every single Sunday since March 12th, y'all. We haven't missed one single week. We thought about taking tonight off and last Sunday because it was Christmas Eve last Sunday, tonight New Year's Eve, and we decided to go live to give people another option. And we had so many cool people jump on board the show, in and out. We almost 5 hours into this live marathon New Year's Eve edition of the Daremy Podcast. It's just wild, isn't it, Dean?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And so anyways, with all that said, y'all, we hope we provided you with some entertaining content. Dean, can we bring those humorous memes? We'll just do a couple. We're not gonna go through them all, but we'll do a couple real quick. Let me just find, because we always like to end this show with a little humor. So we'll go ahead and bring up a couple, and then we're going to bring it on home and wrap this thing up. Because like I said, y'all, we've been going for a long time tonight. And so here we go. the funny meme header, so yeah, y'all, I I'm all over social media all the time because I'm always trying to promote the podcast. I'm all over on Facebook and, Twitter and, now it's called X and Threads. You get it, all the different platforms. And people post some of the most hilarious stuff. And so we always like to wrap up the podcast on a humorous note and leave everybody with a smile. So I loaded a boatload of them tonight because I didn't know how much time we were going to need to kill and fill and all that other stuff. So it's always better to have more than not enough in true addict form and fashion, right? So anyway, with all that said, let's do a couple funny memes. Here's one that I thought was relevant to the show. I don't always feel like drinking. But when I do, I go sip coffee with my homies at a meeting instead. So that was pretty good, man. This guy, he's got so many funny memes out there that people use this. What was the name of that beer? Dos Equis, I think that, he did the ad
That's
for it.
Dos Equis.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, man. So shout out to all the people living clean and sober who made it through another New Year's Eve without getting loaded, man. That's not always an easy task. So, yeah, man. Shout out to anybody who made it through and went to a meeting to sip coffee with their homies instead. Um, Here's a good one. I thought this was funny, man, especially as you get older. I know that's pretty wordy, but it says, if you're ever with me and someone comes up to me and starts talking and I don't introduce you, it's strictly because I don't remember their name. I've had this happen to me so many times. So please feel free to be awesome and introduce yourself so I can then hear their name and pretend I knew it all along. Am I the only one that ever happened to you, Dean?
Yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah, I think we all can relate to that one. And so here's one from uh this is a page I follow on Insta, y'all. And, I put this saying in hashtags for the podcast a lot. Fuck fentanyl, and there's this social media group. They got a shit ton of followers, y'all. They're so active and do such great work in the community. Fuck fentanyl San Diego. And there's different chapters all around the country. And they posted, to anyone suffering mental illness, you are one badass motherfucker, because nothing is more terrifying than battling with your own mind every single day. Isn't that the truth? And so we had that boy Elmo on the show earlier from the Muppets and Sesame Street talking about how to, work with your kids, talk with your kids if they have a parent struggling with an addiction, an opioid addiction, whatever. And that was fascinating, man. We'll have to show that video again on a future episode of the show, or just bring it on from time to time. But anyhow, with all that said, there's that boy Kermit from the Muppets, and he says, me waiting for my phone to stop ringing because I don't use it for that. And I thought that was funny, man, because I saw a thing online. This guy did this video on TikTok where it was true, man. People, they don't like talking on the phone anymore. Some people actually consider it rude. This is true. This is a younger generational thing, I think. Consider it rude to just call somebody out of the blue without giving them a heads up, like a text, like, hey, bro, you available? I wanted to call you, or something like that. It's almost like you're intruding on them, man. So, yeah, most people use their smartphones for, whatever. I mean, let's face it, man. We have the world at our fingertips now with these things. I do still talk to people on my phone, but I just thought that was kind of a funny meme. Here's one that I thought was good to show, considering it is New Year's Eve, and a lot of our people that follow the Dear Me podcast trying to stay clean and sober. Good night of snuggling and consciousness expanding pillow talk is better than a night out of drinking. Say that, bro. Here's another one, and then we'll go ahead and wrap it up, y'all. I thought this was good. And Dean, we were talking earlier about how we've been going balls to the wall to live with this thing for about 5 hours. I'm starting to get hungry, man. I'm hoping there's still some places open once we wrap up here where I can get a bite to eat. I know there's a couple 24-hour spots. I'll probably be able to get at least a couple tacos. Anyway, this is kind of funny. I'm going to order a pizza 5 minutes before the new year, and when they arrive, I'll say I ordered this a year ago. So, yeah, that was a good one. I thought a funny one to wrap it up on, y'all. Happy New Year to everyone, and thank you again so much to everyone that participated in this marathon edition, this marathon New Year's Eve edition of the Dare Me podcast. We hope that we helped keep some of y'all company tonight. We know we did for a lot of people. We had several people chime in with the program. We had that boy Mike Woods from Cult of the Storm come on live with us. Man, I just can't thank him enough. He gave us an exclusive debut of a brand new rock and roll song that he hadn't even released yet. And we had it live here on the Dare Me podcast tonight. Blows my mind. How freaking cool is that? And did a video for us too, man. Shout out, Mike. Thank you. Our boy Mark T, who came on the show and talked with us about living clean and sober and getting through some health challenges and all that stuff. How cool was that? Our friends in the chat, shout out to my boy G Money, who was participating in the show, and to all the people that were texting me, my beautiful daughter Alyssa, Happy New Year, and everybody else who chimed in and supported us on the podcast. I was following along, Dean, getting all kinds of different likes and feedback on the show tonight, and what a trip, man! I will tell you this, Dean. Life is short, as we both know, man. This is one New Year's Eve. I don't know if I'll ever want to do something like this again, but this is one New Year's Eve I will never forget, bro. There's a lot of them over the years. It's like all a big blur. Yeah, I did this, I did that. Working as a DJ all them years, New Year's was a night where you made, a lot of money. You'd make extra because it's fucking New Year's Eve and you'd be out working. And, for the last several years, I kind of enjoyed not going out having to work or whatever and stayed home. So this is the first time, the closest thing I've done to work actually on New Year's Eve in a few years. And I had a ball. I had a blast doing it. It was a lot of work putting everything together. So we had this little safety net of content that we could refer to keep us going for 5 hours. You know what I mean? But the point I'm making, bro, as I'm sure it is with you, this is a New Year's Eve and ringing in the New Year, Dean, that I will never ever forget for the rest of my days. I'm trying not to get filled up for for as long as I live, man. And we shared, in that first hour of the show, some shout outs, and one of them was from that boy Chris, who shared a story with us, who we've been an inspiration to, who's now got over 90 days clean. He allowed us to show his picture with his beautiful young daughter. So the point I'm making, Dean, without going on and on about it too much, I know we're ready to wrap this thing up, but I just wanted to make sure, bro, that I took a moment to express to you how much I truly appreciate everything you do to support this podcast, and not just me. I know others as well, and people I talk to even in my personal life, family and friends, who say, God bless Dean for putting up with your fucking ass, because I know, man, I know I'm a lot to take. I'm a lot to unpack. I like running my mouth on here and all that other shit. And it takes a unique person to have the patience you do to deal with a guy, a AAA Energizer Bunny guy like me. And so, anyway, bro, with all that said, without going on and on too much longer, forever grateful. And thank you so much for everything you do to help keep this podcast going, bro. And now, man, God, the sky's the limit. It's kind of like we shared with that boy Anonymous. I feel like we've built this foundation, this asset, where we've reached a certain level now, and we're getting attention from a lot of high profile people, and different things. And it's kind of like, okay, now where do we go with it from here? What do we do with it now? And so, what I'll say to you, Dean, is, I continue to pray on it and pray for guidance and meditate and listen for direction. And where we go from here, God only knows. The sky's the limit. It really is true. I say this to people a lot, that and I know you'll attest to this, this podcast has truly taken on a life of its own. Sometimes I don't even know what the hell we're going to do till it's Friday or Saturday before the show. I don't know if we're going to have a guest. If we do, who it's going to be, what kind of content we're going to have, whatever. And you know what? It always comes together. And here we are, 42 episodes in the can now. So anyway, bro, with all that said, Happy New Year. Like we always say on this show, it's a quote that I kind of lifted from Winston Churchill that he used to say to the troops in battle, if you're going through hell, keep fucking going. And so, yeah, man, we say that almost every single week as we wrap up the show. If you're a person struggling with addiction, mental challenges, whatever the case may be, just keep going, man. If I can do it, if all the other people that come on this podcast talk about it can do it, and you're struggling, you can too, man. Come out the other side. And we really do sincerely hope we've been any kind of inspiration or help to anybody who comes across our content. So, with all that said, Dean, any
Yes.
you'd like to add before we wrap it up, bro?
Happy New Year.
I know Dean's ready. We've been going 5 hours, man. God bless you, brother. Happy New Year to you, Dean, and to everybody else. Thank you for your support of the Dare Me podcast. On we go to 2024. We'll see you next time on the Dare Me podcast. So long.